Remember, words create worlds. Aloha, shifters, hyperdimensional travelers within this beautiful holographic matrix. This is Brendan, aka Skull Babylon, aka Wolf Shield, inviting you and welcoming you once again to another beautiful, very exciting, inspirational paradigm shift team building hangout. Excuse me. Live broadcasted across here on the internet and recorded for all of you in the convenience of your own future. So once again, let's say hello to the amazing people who are joining us here tonight. So all the other shifters, I can just get you guys to unmute yourself and we'll all make some alien animal noises and we'll say hello to all the other beautiful people too here today. So. Awesome. All right, guys, thank you so much. And if you guys can just switch the mutes back on, we'll get right into the introductions and everything. So again, for those of you who may be brand new to this broadcast, this is part of ParadigmShiftCentral.com, a real world interactive game to help shift consciousness. And how that works is basically you play this game by gamifying your reality. It's basically a very exciting and clever way to add direction and intention to the collective objective of trying to help change the world. So rather than just trying to help change the world, let's make a game out of it. Let's have some fun with it. Let's play with it. Let's level up. Let's realize how much of this reality is actually like a giant real life video game and an MMORPG. And we're all leveling up and gaining new experiences and unlocking new abilities and sharing our art and doing all sorts of amazing things. So through the website, that is where we as a global team of shifters get to connect and get to create conscious media, as well as physical paradigm shift communities. And also the evolution of the game is about our individual exploration of metaphysical topics, experiences, and growth. So through the main website, if you haven't yet, you can check that out, sign up for a profile for free, join, check out the team map, find other shifters where you are, and practice creating quest journals and conscious articles, which are a core part of the game, being able to practice documenting the ongoing shift in consciousness. So of course, this broadcast is another chance for us to be able to create some more conscious media. That will be another opportunity for us to be able to come together, to learn about who we are, to share our stories. We always got new people joining the project, to be able to get some updates on what's new within the Paradigm Shift Central project, which we'll talk a little bit about later on relative to the team map and the activation of Paradigm Shift communities that I need your guys' help with. And in addition to that, we'll talk about creating conscious media, and we'll also just talk about where things are at as a collective, where things are at with us individually, and again, how each of us are kind of helping continue the shift and bring the shift with us where we are. So as we get ready to go around, we're going to do some introductions and we're going to ask people who they are, where they are located, what brings them to the project, and what are some of their abilities. So that's like the question for this introduction. So what are some of your abilities? And your abilities can be, you know, like, hey, like I create videos for the internet, I do music, I create art, I help facilitate space. And honestly, like if you're still figuring out your abilities, that's okay. I encourage you to say that, and that's still part of the journey. And you know, a part of your abilities is just like learning your own truth, figuring out who you are, Gnosticism, that old axiom. So we're going to get into that, and before we do that, we're actually going to have a quick sort of micro meditation to get us kind of into this. And we're going to be getting our good friend Gabriel to be able to play the Hong drum, as well as Dane, who is there, and I think Michelle, who has been a part of the project, who's been a part of the team for quite some time now. We're gonna get them to sort of do like a little collab music thing. So as we get started with the broadcast and everything, just inviting you guys on YouTube. If you're watching on YouTube, drop some 1111s in the live chat. And please feel free to share the links as we get going so we can invite more people to tune into the project and to be able to be a part of this collective inspiration. That is a big part of why we do these team building projects, these team building broadcasts, is to build as a team. And we do that by sharing our story, by practice communicating, by getting to know one another, and by having awesome experiences that we co-create here on the fly. So this is whatever the universe needs, we're bringing it. So Gabe and Michelle, let's get you guys to unmute yourself at the same time and just say hello.
Hello.
Hey guys. Awesome. All right, so very simply, just inviting people listening to this to just kind of like chill out for a moment. This will be kind of like a moment of oneness, and I just invite you to either close your eyes, to vibe out, to dance, whatever you want it to be. The Hong drum is a very sacred instrument. We could talk more about it later, and thank you, Gabe. Yes, for those, a lot of people would be like, "Oh, I've heard that in my dreams" or something like
You're
that,
right,
right? So, very hyperdimensional.
Yes.
So, yes. So let's do this as a micro meditation. We'll just go for a minute-ish, and Michelle's gonna add some background tones. And yeah, go ahead, guys. I'll mute my microphone. And thank you again to everyone for being a part of this. Enjoy.
Thank you.
Beautiful, beautiful, awesome, guys. Thank you so much. That was amazing, Michelle. Great job.
Thank you, angels.
Thank you.
Awesome, guys.
Great job.
That was good. That was good. And again, so just like using that as an example, that is like a beauty of what this project is about, is being able to share our energy with each other. You know, it's about being able to overlap those circles to create that Vesica Pisces. And that's the place where like new ideas and new art and new experiences are birthed out of, when we just overlap our circles. So within this broadcast, you can almost imagine in like a hyperdimensional space, all of us kind of coming together as like a fractal flower of life in 3D right now. And that's basically what you're watching and listening to. So it's very cool in that sense. So again, just as a recap in the very simplest way, as shifters, that is the term that we use within this project. A shifter is someone who is intentionally helping shift consciousness. Very simple in that sense. And we're also encouraging people to create conscious media, physical paradigm shift communities, which focus on hosting regular open-minded discussion meditation circles, something anyone can do, and as well as engaging in acts of shiftivism, like free hugs and helping go out to like rallies and protests, and being able to intentionally plant seeds and spread love in the many exciting ways that we can. So with that said, just as a reminder, my name is Brendan. Just as a quick introduction, on YouTube, you can find all the videos that I do at youtube.com/Skull Babylon. I've also made the Journey to Lucidity movies, and we'll talk a little bit about that later. Actually, I'll just mention that real quick now. So lucidityfestival.com, go there if you guys want to buy your ticket and meet me at Lucidity Festival this year for the filming of Journey to Lucidity 5. And the only reason I'm mentioning this right up at the top of the show is because the ticket prices actually go up at midnight, I think PST tonight, January 26th. But if you're listening in the future, definitely recommend you go get them. But if you're like listening to this broadcast live and you're just like, oh, I want to go to the Lucidity Festival, go now and get your tickets and you'll be able to save a few dollars. So just mentioning that. But again, you can find the Journey to Lucidity movies on my YouTube channel. And again, this project started as a single club in my college. It's evolved since then, and it's been an absolute honor to be able to share this space and co-create and get to know all of you exciting souls along the way. So in a very simple way, this is about bringing the tribe together, bringing the tribe of light guardians together. It's like a soul family reunion, and it's much, much more multidimensional than words can even explain. So with that said, we're going to go around with introductions. And again, basically we're asking who you are, where you're from, what brings you to the project, and what some of your abilities are, what some of your superpowers, your artistic talents, your visions, anything like that. So with that said, I think we're going to actually start off with, let me just give a quick recap of everybody who's in here, and we're going to start off with Adriano. So we have Adriano, we have Amanda, we have Beth, we have Brandon, we have Gabriel, Jared, Jesse, Michelle, and Sabrina. And so a few of these people in the broadcast are new people as well. And if those of you listening through YouTube Live want to join, you can check the links that I posted into the comments of the live chat as well to join, or just send me a message if you need extra help. But with that said, thank you guys so much for being a part of this. Please continue to share the broadcast, and let's get to know some of the amazing shifters who we have here tonight. So Adriano, welcome, and we're going to pass the talking stick over to you. Good to see you, brother.
Thank you, brother. My name is Adriano. I am currently located in St. Pete, Florida. And what do I bring? What's my involvement with Paradigm Shift? I've known Brendan for 3, 4, 5 years plus now, and I love his films. I love what he does with the online hangouts, and I think it's really important work. And I just want to say thank you so much, brother, for all the hard work you do. You consistently put in work, and I appreciate you so much. Some of my gifts and abilities, I love Qigong. Qigong is like top of my list. Qigong, yoga, energy healing work. I'm also very much into sacred geometry. I have the Flower of Life right here. And I love hip hop. I love conscious music, and I love speaking. So that's why I like joining the Hangouts, because I get a chance to share my voice and spread love. I think that's my most important mission right now in this lifetime. Spread as much love as I can. So I love all you. I love you, Brandon. So thanks a lot, brother. And I'm excited for the show tonight. So happy to be here. So good to see you all.
Awesome, man. Well, it's great to see you again. And anybody who's like been around the project for a long time may recognize Adriano, because he would have been broadcast, maybe about like 2 or 3 years ago. And you've been busy like doing your adventures. So yeah, it's exciting to see you back. And like, that's the beautiful thing about Paradigm Shift, is that it's this open door where people are coming and going, and that will happen. Like some people will like be involved, and then they'll just go off planet, and then they'll come back and be like, I have something to tell you. So it's exciting in that sense. So
yeah, I've definitely done a reconnaissance mission, and I have things to share.
Awesome, sweet, man. And I like that you're also into like hip hop and stuff, and throughout the broadcast, I'd love to be able to get in some like conscious flowetry. So just putting that out there, if anybody wants to feel the call to share some poetry, flowetry, hip hop, anything of that creative sort, we'll fit that into the broadcast at some point. So yes, Adriano, thank you again. And for those of you who are listening, we'll do our best to include links to everyone that you hear in the broadcast into the show notes the day after the broadcast. So if you're just like, whoa, that guy's in my area, or that girl's in my area, that person's in my area, you can connect with them. Or if you just want to follow up and stay connected with them online, or check out their YouTube channel or whatever, then follow the show notes. And Adriano, where did you say you were located again, just for my own notes?
Sorry. Yeah, I'm in St. Pete, Florida, which is just south of Tampa. So okay, cool. Tampa's a major city next to me, and I'm a little island, but a very conscious community, very spiritual, active, and a great place to come do yoga and see some sunshine in the wintertime. So if you guys ever want to come hang out, let me know, and I'll link on Facebook or my Twitter or Instagram or something later on so people can find me.
Perfect. Awesome, man. Sweet. And there's quite a few shifters in Florida. I can definitely see that on the team map as well. So we'll talk about the team map a little bit later, but again, just moving along here and passing the talking stick, we'll go through some more introductions. So at this point, we'll toss it up in the air. Who would like to introduce themselves next? And whoever wants to, just unmute yourself. And okay, so we got Amanda next. So Amanda, welcome to the Hangout, and we'll pass the talking stick to you. Go right ahead.
Hello, my name is Amanda Goins. Can you guys hear me? I'm just making sure. I'm totally new to all of this. I live in Charleston, West Virginia, and I stumbled upon this on the internet, and I felt that it resonated very much with me. As per my gifts, I am a hugtivist, which is a hugging activist. I write 2 blogs, and I run various, probably about 15 Facebook groups that I'm admin on, that I share these blogs in and try to just increase consciousness and love in the earth and in the world and the galactics or whatever. And so, yeah, I'm new, I'm trying to learn, and I'm here. So that's about it.
Awesome. Well, thank you so much for joining. And one thing that we will be talking about, like within the broadcast and future broadcasts, is always like, how do we utilize social media to be able to help accelerate the shift? How do we do things to help get ideas out there? So it's cool to hear that you're already involved with doing that, and you already have some familiarity with like managing Facebook pages and stuff like that. So there's definitely more there that we could touch upon. Do you want to plug any of the Facebook pages that you admin for? If you want to just mention a couple.
I'm on the Bridge to Freedom Facebook page and the bridgetofreedom.org website. And I believe there's like a group and a Facebook page for the Bridge to Freedom. And then the bridgetofreedom.org website is where I share most of my writings. So.
Cool. Okay, sweet. So we'll also include those into the show notes. And if you can just link anything in the side chat here, I'll make sure I copy that as well. And yeah. And just for anybody in this Hangout who's literally in it, if you guys can post your Facebook profiles at some point into the chat, just make sure that I have those before, if you have to like head out earlier or anything like that. So sweet. So Amanda, I like what you're sharing, and I like the hugtivist. As many of us are, so that's perfect. All right, awesome, Amanda. Thank you so much, and definitely we'll get some more ideas rolling soon. So we'll keep passing the talking stick around, and who would like to go next? Whoever would like to go next, please feel free to just unmute their microphone, and we'll let the next person go in, and we'll just give it a second. Sometimes everyone's just so gosh darn polite that nobody wants to go first. So,
all right, I'll go.
Oh, and then
right at the same time.
Beth or Brandon, who wants to go first?
Ladies first.
Go ahead, Brandon.
Brandon, you can go first.
Okay, cool. All right.
All right,
Well, my name is Brandon Quevedo. I'm here in South Park, Colorado. I was brought here by Universal Consciousness and Instagram, really, because I follow like a lot of like inspirational quotes, which brought me here. And I saw like the live feed, and I was like, people like with like the like minds. I was like, okay, I gotta check this out. So my superpowers are I produce music. You can I got a few house tracks you can check out on SoundCloud.com/BrandonQ. But it's crazy, since I've been shifted and into this for the past few weeks, it's like I feel like I want to do a different project under the name of like Squirrel. So I have this idea that I'm gonna like produce a track with like the Om chant. So it's like my direction in music has been like I'm gonna go completely different with it. So like be on the lookout for that. And I also like to write. So if I see something that's like inspirational, I'll think deeper, and I'll expand on a thought. And you'll be able to like read like those blog entries and stuff like on my Facebook page, which we'll post, and you can all check that out. Oh, also, I've been inspired to keep a dream journal, and I had my first lucid dream in a while, just a couple days ago, and I always like to write about those too, so you can check those out. So yeah, that's about it for me.
Awesome, man. And you've already made a few Quest Journal entries as well since you got set up as well. Do you want to even just mention those real quick?
Yeah, I have there's one that I posted. It's about whenever you're getting to know someone, you're getting to know someone's mind, how it can almost be a sexual experience, because you get to really get deep into their thoughts and their beliefs and intertwine and really get to know each other. And it's a very intimate process. So I kind of like mixed in like a sex novel kind of like with thought and intellect and stuff like that. So you can check it out.
Yeah, and so again, with the Quest Journals, there's a lot of stuff on there that you guys are able to check out and contribute to. And yeah, the one Brandon's referring to was like a small written piece, but it kind of had a flow to it that, in my mind, sounded like poetry as I was reading it and stuff like that. And it was really cool because it was this combination of kind of like you're reading it, and if it was just like it sounds like it could just be like talking about, you know, like, oh, like sensual stuff, but the words that he's using relates it to the topic of like, you know, discussion and exploration of one's mind and everything like that. So it's kind of like this cool like juxtaposition, or not even juxtaposition, but like synergy of the topics, and just kind of like bringing in that additional perspective of how sensual, you know, like how energetic it can be to just like get to know a person. And I've seen memes like, you know, like was it sapiosexual, where you're like fall in love with like someone's intelligence and stuff like that. Kind of reminded me of stuff like that. But
and
yeah, man, that was cool.
That might have inspired it too, you know. But yeah, you hit the nail on the head with that for sure.
Awesome. So again, I'll post a link to that within the Facebook live or YouTube live chat as we're rolling along with this. People can check that out. But if you just go to the main website, go to Quest Journals and just scroll down a bit. It's one called Mind Funk. I'm just trying not to swear. I'm just trying to be polite. But yeah, you guys can definitely check it out. And another way that you can also find Brandon's stuff is if you go through the team map and then you look up Brandon's name, or even just go to Colorado, you can find him there. And I'll show you guys the team map in the next couple moments, because that's been some like huge upgrades on that since the last broadcast. Within the previous broadcast, I would have mentioned it, but since then it's like I put like a heck of a lot of like time into bringing it up to speed, and it's like fully activated now, and it's basically like Cerebro for shifters. So I'll explain more about it as we get there. So let's keep bouncing around. And Brandon, thank you so much for syncing up.
Yep.
And awesome, man. And let's keep who would like, so I guess Beth, if you would like to go next, we can pass it over to you. So Beth, welcome to the Hangouts, and go ahead and introduce yourself and all that fun stuff.
Hi, it's my first time here. My name is Beth. I'm from Berkshire County, Massachusetts, in Great Barrington, and I found the project through Gabe and Gabe's community, and it's definitely in alignment with where I'm headed in my life, my manifestation intentions. Or my super talents are Reiki healing, as well as clairvoyance and intuitive abilities. I'm a nurturing spirit, and I'm a fairy goddess, so I use Brian Froud's Fairy Oracle to commune with those beings and share that world with others. And I have a website. It's called, it's a Weebly page, so it's LKTAOTAS.weebly.com, and that stands for Love Kicks the Ass of Time and Space, which is a Hafiz poem, so that'll help you easily remember it. And yeah, I think that's it.
That's cool. I'll definitely, if you can post a link to, you already did. Okay, perfect. I'm going to pull that up right now, actually. Sweet. So like that's got poetry and stuff on there that is that what you were saying?
Yeah, it's a general page that I've kind of used as a medium for all of the things that I do. I am a poet as well. So I post my poetry there. I have details of the healing services that I offer in my area. I do a lot of hands-on healing, and I'm Reiki level 1, so I don't distance healing at this point. And I also have a portion of the page called Pulling from the Well, which is kind of just where I post some thoughts and short pieces of writing that are my dives into the psyche. Yeah.
Awesome. Well, that's wonderful, because I was going to say, like, anything that is either already on there that you might want to turn into a quest journal, feel free. And even for like any new stuff, please feel free to like also put that through the quest journals on the website. So
absolutely. I already have some dream notes that I'm looking forward to putting in the quest journal.
Awesome. Sweet. All right. Beth, is there anything else you want to mention just as an introduction for yourself? Thank you.
No, I think I got it.
That's perfect. I like how you just like also very casually mentioned that you're like a fairy goddess, or what term did you use exactly? I think
that's fine.
Yeah,
anything
fairy
that involves
goddess.
and me just being one of them, that works.
Yeah, that's cool. I love being able to like connect with more people who like straight up just like openly talk about their relationship with like the Fae energy and stuff, because I feel that was like something we talked about in past broadcasts, but it's just, and I'll just mention it real quick because it's kind of a paradigm shifty topic that is just kind of cool thought fuel. But it's basically this idea that some of us, or all of us, however you want to look at it, have actually lived past lives or parallel lives, however you want to look at it, as like actual like fairy folk or fae folk or like elves and gnomes and hyperdimensional beings. And then we've actually incarnated here within this physical version of reality to be able to help bring that magic and that knowledge into this version of culture and reality and everything. Because so I feel like a big theme within what a lot of us are feeling the call to do is to be the bridge. And to be the bridge for what? I'll really let you sort of explore that. But some of the ideas that I personally resonate with are like being the bridge for higher conscious ideas, being the bridge for magic, being the bridge for, you know, like finding our own truths and everything like that. But yeah, it's kind of a cool thing to just like hypothesize that, again, fitting in with the gamification aspects of this project is like, yeah, you know, like what's you know, what happens when we actually start sort of opening up to the idea that fairy folk and things like that aren't just this mystical concept, but they're actually like a part of who we are, and they're actually a motivation for why it is that we are doing what we are doing right now. So yeah, it's one of those things where, you know, just like without even having to like attach to the idea, it's fun to kind of play with it and to open up exploration about that for yourself, because that's something we can talk about later, how like even within your dreams, maybe you can have a very visceral experience where you're like making contact with like another fairy folk, and they're just like, yes, like this is more of who you are, and they're kind of giving you that information through the dream space.
Yeah, they're part of my life like all the time. I have Mr. Humph, which is one of my guides, and he's around 24/7 whispering in my ear, giving me guidance. And I've always felt like I was a changeling, like since I was a little kid, and I kind of got freaked out when I read one book where it was like talking about changelings. I was like, I got to put this away because this is just too real for me right now. So yeah, I can definitely talk more about that for a while.
Very interesting, very interesting. And again, you know, like that's a big part of this project, is being able to kind of share the like aspects of our individual stories that help all of us kind of piece together more of what can happen within this reality, and just sort of being able to expand our understanding of you know, like who it is and what we are as multidimensional beings. And just a quick shout out within the chat, I'm just seeing Maxie just putting in a comment there, just mentioning the DMT elves. Yeah, so again, like, you know, like DMT elves, it all connects, and we'll connect the dots bit by bit, but stay tuned for that. Beth, thank you again, and thank you so much for introducing yourself and for being here, fellow fairy folk. So awesome. And again, we'll post Beth's links into the show notes as well, and I'll post a link to her blog into the live chat on the YouTube, so you guys can check that out right away. Sweet. Okay, so let's keep moving along here, and who would like to introduce themselves next as we keep going around the circle, get to know one another, building the team, and whoever would want to go, just feel free to unmute yourself. So we got Gabe, we got Michelle. We got Michelle. Okay, cool. Yeah, sweet. Michelle, welcome back to the Hangouts. I don't have to say anything. Here's the talking stick. Go ahead.
You don't have to say
It's good to see you.
I love that. Yeah, no, it's good to see you. It's good to be here. I feel very kindred souls with everybody who so far introduced themselves. What's your name? You from Colorado, South Park, Brandon. I just moved to Boulder, so that's pretty cool. So I was like, yeah, from Florida, which is where, wait, let me check. Adriano is from. Yeah. So there's like a little bridge, and I was one of the main people talking about the fairy thing when on the last broadcast. So there's all this. So I feel like I'm family, and I love that. And I think that would be the first answer as what brings me to the Paradigm Shift team hangout, because like tonight I'm in a community house and they're having a meditation downstairs, but Brendan asked me to come to the podcast, and I just feel that. And as soon as we got on and Gabe is like playing the hang drum, you know, I'm like, oh, I'm in the right space. Like there's this beautiful, different, multidimensional quality, and I'm sure all the people listening, like that's why you listen and you tune into it, because many people are open-hearted in the world, but like there's something about spacey, DMT elf people that is just different. You know what I mean? So it's like wonderful to be. So that's why I come to these hangouts, and what so I guess my gifts would be like being a multidimensional sound frequency. So I offered sound medicine in the beginning of the broadcast. So one of my gifts that I've been developing here, I've been actually singing weekly at a yoga class where I'm doing sound to my friend who's playing the hammer dulcimer and the delruba, and just like different instruments. And an awareness that I had is it's amazing when you do something with, like when you practice, you know, you really do feel more confident in your gifts and such. So delivering sound, I think, is something that I've been talking about for the last year or so, about how I want to be able to do that more. And that's why I actually moved. And so it was a privilege to be able to like rock it and bring that here, because I feel just honored to be able to share that, and that other people receive it and like they enjoy it too, because I enjoy doing it. So that's wonderful. So that's one of my superpowers. And I also do sound healing and energy work. And I have an announcement to make, is that I just signed for a co-op office. So I now have a grounded space where I'm actually a healing practitioner in Boulder, Colorado. So I have an office that I just signed a 6-month contract to. So if anybody is in Colorado, or if Brandon, if you want to come and do a session, I will rock. I call it shamanic energy therapy. I work with people's chakras. So the other thing that I do is I write, and I haven't been writing as many articles lately, but I just got tuned in to writing a article today about something I've been going through, which is like karmic healing with different people, like as I meet different souls here. And I don't want this to get heavy or long-winded, so I'm going to be like succinct and say what I noticed today is that when we bring two souls, right? And you were talking about relationship and all of that dance, right? So your article, that was very inspiring to me. So when we meet another soul and we have work to do together, what we're doing is we're shifting the paradigms, right? Of this whole entire, I mean, the globe, everybody, the lower consciousness selves and our higher multidimensional selves, and moving into heart consciousness. So in order to do that even within each other, because we're trained and we learn that animal, like aggressive, you know, possessive, like closed-minded, it's survival, flight, flight instincts, versus that open, expanded, gorgeous, like multidimensional, ethereal, angelic quality that we are bringing. That stuff also exists in us. So sometimes we have partnerships or contracts with other souls that we are excavating those things out of each other. And that is so hard to, what I'm finding, to forgive and have compassion for those other beings, because once that work is done, there's still a soul, and you came together for a specific purpose to do that loving work with each other. And then you have to grow and forgive. And that's hard, because the memory and the ego is like, that was wounding. That was hard to do. You know, it's heavy. And that is so, I'm sorry, I got distracted by the chat, but yeah, that is hard to do. And that's beautiful, heavy work. But the light, and what I want to talk about is the ability to surrender and to release and to let go, and to realize that that was specific work that you guys had to do, and that was important, and that's a gift, and that you love each other as souls, and that's it. So that's what I've been working through since I've been here. So my superpower also is seeing patterns. Oh, and one more thing, small thing, beautiful thing. There's Tibetan energy in Colorado, like hard frickin' core. And what I see is I see patterns, and that's how I am psychic, I feel, is that I just see collective energy patterns. And today I talked to my friend, and he said, yeah, Crestone has like a bunch of temples, like it's 5 hours away from Boulder. And they say that, I read on the internet that the topography is very similar to Tibet. And I'm like, see. And there's Buddhist energy here, and it's really powerful. So I just went to Shambhala for the first time. So I'm really grateful and eager to have that, to be like a channel for that energy, and to activate kind of more of that energy on the planet, because why wouldn't we need more wisdom, consciousness? Yeah, that's all. Universal love. Aho. That's it. Thank you.
Awesome. Awesome. Michelle,
Yeah.
thank you so much again. And yeah, again, just as like just a little bit of me just like mentioning how awesome Michelle is. Like, Michelle has been around the project, A Paradigm Shift, since 2012. So she's definitely like got one of those like special badges that says you've been around for over half a decade. So and yeah, we met like back at the 3 Days of Light festival and everything, and it's just been really wonderful to be able to like share, like to be able to support each other, and yeah, like just kindred spirits. So Michelle, thank you so much.
I love you, because that's what I wrote. Can I write, what brings me to the project is deep spiritual brotherhood light team. That's what I wrote for my my personal notes, and you totally articulated that. Deep spiritual brotherhood light team, activate, go. So thank you. I feel the same way, Skull, for sure.
Awesome. And go ahead and just mention to people like where they can connect with you, your websites and things like that as well.
So my thing online is Infinite Everything, and so infiniteeverything.net, much like Beth, I've got writings on there, and I want to make it more. I think my intention for this year is to make it more like, I am a healer. I'm selling, like services. You know how like coaches, they brand themselves like, here's specific, but right now it's like, I'm an artist, and here is my thoughts on yoga and my thoughts on, here's my poetry. Like if we have poetry later, I was like, I'll bring up my website and spit a poem. I'm cool with that. So it's like half educational, intuitive, wonderful, like all the things that I admire and love. Like there's golden dakini wisdom of Tibet and different things like that. But then also like, and I do yoga classes and I'm a healer and different things. So it's really like my little conglomeration. And then of course I have a Facebook page, Michelle Infinity, Infinite Everything, where I share things that I like dance videos and things that are performance art and drama and astrology stuff and whatever. So that's me.
Beautiful, beautiful. And with that, I actually do just want to sort of like bring in a concept that we'll be able to get into more either in this broadcast or future broadcasts, but it's just something that I feel is important. And it has to do with like being a shifter who is also an entrepreneur. Because I feel like those two things are very important. And I feel like a lot of people who are attracted to this project, like that is what we are doing, because an entrepreneur is someone who is creating their own way, creating their own business, if you want to refer to it as that, their own way of being able to support themselves and being able to continue to do what they love, to continue to be able to serve the community and the global community and create their art. And so, I mean, it's something where like, yes, within that, you're going to have to sort of like go through this, like just meditation as to what money is and how to use it and how it's energy and everything. But there's also like tactics and techniques in terms of how to present yourself and how to reach an online audience and everything like that. So it is something, like I said, it is something that I want to be able to talk about later, because obviously like within the Paradigm Shift Central project, that's obviously that had to have been something that I had to be able to look at. If I want to be able to keep doing this project, I have to find a way to be able to keep fueling it. And of course, those of you familiar, that's like what the team Patreon is also a big part of as well. So I want to be able to give some of my own ideas as to like how people can look into that, encouraging people to create a Patreon for themselves if they're already creating art. And yeah, just a little bunch of different ideas that we can sort of discuss as we get into that topic later on. But again, just recognizing that a lot of people who are kind of involved with shifting consciousness are also like on that entrepreneurial path, and just encouraging you to do that, because I feel like that's really important, just kind of. And I'll just say this real quick, because like when it comes to, because this is something that I reflected on when I was like at a point where I was working a job for another company, and and there's kind of two sides to it, because sometimes you have to work a job that you don't really want to work for your rest of your life in order to be able to support the habits that you do as a passion, so maybe you work at the grocery store, but then you use those finances to be able to help support you in doing what you love as you build the platform to be able to do more of what you love. But eventually, as it gets to the point, I kind of have to ask myself, is the world like missing out on Brendanness by me dedicating myself to a job that theoretically somebody else could do, and not to say there's less value in doing that job, but theoretically somebody else could essentially do the same thing that I was doing. They could press the same buttons in the same order. What I am seeking, and this is kind of why I'm mentioning this just as like inspiration for you guys, what I am seeking is like my own quest of meditating on what my own unique gifts are that only I can bring into this reality. And so that's when you get into the subjective creation of art and just like anything within that spectrum, as well as, the healing modalities and the space holding as well, like maybe you're the only one that can really like hold space in the same way you can, because you're the only you who holds space in the way that you can, sort of thing. So just kind of mentioning that is encouraging you guys to sort of meditate on what are the unique things that only you, what are your unique gifts that you're bringing into this reality, and just encouraging you to start planting those. Because if you're thinking about being an entrepreneur, you got to think long term. And if you're thinking about it, plant that seed now and build it over 5 years. And by the time you're there, you got something that will last you for 50 years. And that's what it's about, right? So, but yeah, spiritual entrepreneurship, sacred commerce, those are all really important topics. And we'll talk about those more as we go along within the project, this broadcast or other broadcasts, but shout out to everyone. Okay, let's keep moving along here. We got some more people to introduce. Who would like to, I think maybe Gabe and Dane might want to introduce themselves next. Okay, perfect. Hey guys, we'll pass the talking stick over to you. And for those of you who may not be familiar, these guys are hyperdimensional friends. They've been involved with a few broadcasts. Gabe, you've probably seen him through the project. He does some videos with our friend Zylok the Alien. And Dane also is creating music. And yeah, go ahead guys, introduce yourself. And thank you so much for being here.
Cool. Thank you so much for having us. And as always, we're honored to be here. So we live in the Berkshire, Massachusetts, similar to Beth. And we got involved in the project because shifting the paradigm is a every moment of everyday experience for us. And we just kind of got involved because we started talking to Brendan, and then very quickly we became good friends. And so now we're just here and involved in doing these sorts of things. So I have a lot of different talents, a lot of different traits and modalities of expression that I'm exploring at this time. So I'll do my best to be concise. First and foremost, the main way that I shift consciousness is through music. And I am the founder of an organization called Musical Coordination. And basically what we do is we gather people from around the world to come together to co-create spontaneous musical awesomeness to connect to spirit and to expand our consciousness. And I've been doing that for a number of years. And actually, we are about to go to Panama for a month to participate in GeoParadise, which is a transformational festival where a bunch of different indigenous tribes from around the world are all gathered to share in co-creation. So that's very exciting, and that's something that we're going to be doing. What else? I make conscious media. I make YouTube videos, and a lot of the YouTube videos are just providing fifth dimensionally based insights and providing information for people that are having contact with hyperdimensional beings. I'm someone that is I guess on a soul level can be considered a first contact specialist. So I'm very aware of the fact that I am part of a galactic council who is here at this time to assist in the acceleration of first contact, primarily with the beings that we would understand in this reality to be the hybrid children and the hybrid beings. So a lot of my content is based on providing information and formulas. I call them metaphysical formulas for interfacing with that type of consciousness. So if you're interested in that, you can just go to my YouTube channel. It's just youtube.com/Gabe Salomon. In addition to that, I've also created a transformational festival called the Cosmic Grove, which happens every year. It's a new festival, but it's growing, and that happens on my property every year. And also, in addition to that, another cool project is that we're in the middle of building a paradigm shifty community center here. And that is very exciting, and that's underway. And that, well, I don't know when that will be done because it's a very extensive project, but nonetheless, we're building and we're working on it. And let's see. Yeah, so I think that will be, there's many more things to say, but let's pass it on to Dane.
Hey guys, I'm Dane. Roommates with this fellow. We live here once again in the Berkshire Mountains. 23 years old. I got involved with Paradigm Shift. I think it was after you did the interview with Bridget earlier last year. And I was like, whoa, this guy is fucking awesome. I need to connect with him. I don't remember whether it was you or me that reached out to him. I think it was maybe you. Anyways, super excited to be a part of what's going on here. It's like really, really amazing. Just like all the people who are involved, all the activities taking place. I just like feel such a strong resonance with it. Can't really articulate in words, but definitely feel some great stuff going on, and I'm happy to be a part of it. I also have many avenues of creative expression and commitment, I suppose, as far as like how my involvement with the paradigm shift looks and manifests. But primarily, I seek to expand consciousness and accelerate evolution through my musical creation. I produce music under the name Starseed. You can check out my music at soundcloud.com/starseed, starseed.bandcamp.com, or on my website, starseedmusique.com, like the French word for music, musique. MUSIQUE, and I'll post a link in the chat box as well. But yeah, I initiated that project in 2014 after I had a bunch of, really intense awakening experiences, and remembered my ties to galactic races, and just, yeah, remembering why I'm here. And yeah, I see my art as a means by which to, of course, expand consciousness and awaken the listener, but also as a means by which to introduce and assimilate galactic cultures, and kind of like inoculate that idea in the collective psyche, and kind of like tether in higher dimensional concepts in like a very tangible way. That, for me, I feel like music as an art form is like the most direct way of affecting, I guess, the individual who is like consuming that art form. Just because, like, when you see, I love this metaphor, like when you see a picture of a horse, you have to, like, process that and relate that back to some like archetypal aspect of your consciousness in order to kind of like understand it or integrate it. I don't know if that makes sense, but whenever you hear a sound, you don't have to think about anything. It affects you immediately. Like, you don't have to intellectualize it or like process it. It's just like, boom, you're there, And so for me, I've always felt like music is, such a direct representation of the way that the cosmos functions. And I feel that, like, whenever I'm utilizing it as an art form, I'm tapping right into that, and just like really evoking, just like expansion in whoever is listening to what I've created. So, but I'm really into like graphic design, geometry. I've been drawing for the better portion of my life, since I was, really as long as I can remember, as long as I've been playing music too. And yeah, as Gabe mentioned, I help to teach the workshops as well, and we'll be going to Panama, and I'm also helping to assist in the planning and phases at this point of getting the community center off the ground, and super excited about that. It's really, really cool. So yeah, I think that's all for now.
One more thing that I forgot to mention, I also do, in addition to Dane, I also produce electronic music under the name The New Human as well. And we also do a lot of music for film and for video and stuff.
Yeah.
That's another thing we like to do.
Yeah, definitely.
That's awesome. Yeah, just
but yeah, it's
yeah.
I was just gonna say thank you so much to everyone that's here. I love all of you so much. And for you guys and gals that are involved in music, I would love to talk more about that after the broadcast.
Awesome. Sweet. Thanks, guys. Woo! Yes. Thank you so much for being fellow techno wizards. That is like something that is so useful right now for all of us. Just like, again, just it's so incredible that we almost kind of lose sight of it because it's become such a normal thing. But this whole integration and expansion of our consciousness through the digital mediums, whereas before it's everything that was inside of us was maybe expressed through like a journal that we would write in and everything. But now it's like our identities and our creativity is like tapped into this neural net, aka the internet, or Idra's net, or Idra's internet. I know, right? It's obvious.
Meta jewels.
That's crazy.
Yeah, Idra's net, INDRA. If people don't know what that is, it's kind of like a Hindu thing, but it's basically just like this giant web, and there's little jewels on it, and those jewels are like kind of a metaphor for quantum parallel realities or individual souls and stuff like that. But we'll talk about that more later, I think. But yeah, Idra's net, internet, that's coincidence, maybe not. But yeah. Gabe, I was gonna say, and for Dane as well, like I think it's cool that you guys have well, let me just step back, because I think what I'm trying to say here is that within this global project, within this global team, one thing that we have to keep in mind is that we are almost like the project itself can almost be thought of as like a ship, or like a spaceship. And the spaceship is metaphorical as much as it is literal. Wait till it decloaks in 2020. But basically, it's kind of referring to this idea that the ship is also the objective, and within the ship, each of us kind of have different places where we're capable of managing a task. And so we as humans, we come in as taskmasters. We come in with the ability to be able to like do a certain thing, opposed to trying to do everything. So, you know, like one person's ability might be able to like work in the steam room. One person's ability might be able to be at the control panels. One person's ability might be at the radar dish. One person's ability might be like, you know, just like doing food in the back and stuff like that. Every piece is important, and the system works. The functioning of the entire ship works when everyone is like knowing where their place is willingly and voluntarily to be able to collaborate as a team. And so like, again, kind of within the bigger shift, you know, that's kind of what we're talking about, where we each have different artistic abilities. We have different superpowers. You know, some of us are like more focused on like specific modalities. Some of us are more focused on community facilitation. What I was going to say is what's cool with Gabe and Dane and Zylock is you guys kind of got the familiarity and the expertise within the realms of like people who may be having dreams where they're like coming in contact with other entities and need someone to talk to. Because for example, like this literally happened the other day where someone's just like, yeah, you know, so I had a dream and I had these crazy entities in it, and it's a recurring dream, and I'm trying to figure out just, you know, what to think about it. And I'm just like, I'll tell you a little bit, but I'll also suggest that you connect with Gabe, because he'll be able to explain it better than I can. My knowledge is only like so much, not to say it's limited, but it's only like so much relative to my perception of my experiences. But Gabe's already versed in it, that he might be someone better to talk to about it. So yeah, I think it's just really cool. And again, if anybody maybe is like feeling really drawn to the whole angle of like star seeds and interdimensional contact and contact within dreams and things like that, definitely connect with Gabe and Zylock and Dane. And even again, like on the website, I'll post up because we haven't posted it yet, but I'll post up on the Facebook like the guide for first contact, or for contact within entities, because I know you posted on YouTube, but we haven't uploaded to the Facebook, so we'll get that one out there again. But yeah, again, I just wanted to thank you guys for doing that. I don't know if you just want to reply or anything on that, but go right ahead.
Whoa, no, thank you so much for that. It was great. You know, once again, there's so much to say. Something that's coming through for me in regards to what you were speaking about the sort of knowing your role on your ship, on the ship that is consciousness, or that is this human experience. What I've noticed is that as we go higher in frequency, though the physical avenues and expressions through which we're communicating ourselves are important, the thing to really tune into right now is the essence behind that which you are excited about. Because as we're moving into a higher vibration, it's important to know you're essentially a master of, not so much what physical skills you've cultivated, though there's a place for that, but what you are a master of. So for example, something that I've noticed is like a big theme in my life is being able to communicate and articulate my creative expression. And because of that, because I know the essence of that, I'm able to filter it into a lot of these different avenues very effortlessly. And it's because I understand just once again that essence of that and like what that represents to me. And so then the physical exploration or expressions become a byproduct of you knowing your true core soul's frequency, or your essence, or your true excitement. So that was just what was coming through for me. And then when you know that, you're able to be guided to these different physical forms of expression that are representative of that.
Mm. Yeah, so again, like kind of just crystallizing this into one phrase that I've heard used before that works well is like, what are the keys that you're holding? You know, what are the keys? What are the gifts? Like, because that's the idea, and each of us has
codes.
That. What's that, Michelle?
I heard it very specific. Codes. We have codes, and we are bringing those codes like as life, like to awaken the consciousness. And I was talking about, anyway, that's it.
Yeah. Yes. And again, you know, like I think even just I for me, that is a very some people might just, you know, be listening to this conversation from the side and just be like, oh, these people are just they're too airy fairy and stuff like that, you know, which I don't take as a, that's not like really an insult to me.
No, it is.
But you know what they mean, right? They're kind of like, they want to see action. They want to see the practical. And again, like with this project, that's where I always want to be able to encourage and bring it back to, is to sort of understand some of these bigger concepts, yet root it back into the physical, practical things that we are doing within our own lives, that we are bringing into our community. So again, it's just like finding your codes, finding your keys, and then sharing that. And again, this is something that I've said time and time before, you know, if you're seeking your purpose, which again is the quest that we are all on, that's the quest of quests, to know thyself, is one way to seek your purpose, or to find your purpose, is to ask what you can give. So it's not just figuring out what you can get, but it's asking what you can give. And that's something that, again, you know, like you'll explore it over time, and I encourage you to experiment and try new things. And because you may surprise yourself, you know, you may pick up an instrument and suddenly you're just like grooving right into it, and you've never touched it before, and you're just like, whoa, okay, this is, you know, like depending on how you want to think about it, so it's like, oh, clearly I played the Hong drum in a past life or on another planet or something like that, right? Or, you know, it's just you find something that it resonates with you, it has a knack, and it sparks your spirit, and you want to do it more. So there's something for everyone. This is kind of like a simple thing that, you know, I've heard this quote said like a long time ago, but in today's day and age, there is no reason to be bored within this reality. Like there's almost, you know, I kind of almost want to say there's no excuse to be bored within this reality. Like, honestly, I have not been bored since probably like 2007 or something like that, right? When I was like, yeah, I vaguely remember, and I think it had something to do with being like an angsty teenager or something like that. So, but again, you know, just there's so much out there. I mean, the internet is at your fingertips. That's like hyperdimensional consciousness in itself. But again, encouraging you to go out there, even if it's just like doing ninja training in the woods and that physical exercise and things like that. So this reality is a gift, and just stating the obvious, there's a lot to experience, and doing it by experiencing is one of the ways that how you're going to discover your gifts and your keys. And many of us, you know, we're going to be holding like varieties of keys and things like that. So yeah, with that said, guys, we'll keep moving around with the talking discussion circle. I'll just say real quick, because within all the introductions, I don't really introduce myself too effectively. I mentioned the YouTube channel and stuff earlier. I'll just say real quick, I'm in London, Ontario, Canada, as part of Paradigm Shift London, and we have regular meetups on Fridays, and at 7 to 9 p.m. at 434 Clarence Street. It's the shawarma shop right now, and basically some of my gifts and abilities that I would say are storytelling. That's like one of my gifts. I love the magic of storytelling. To me, that's like sinking people into this innate technology of almost something parallel to virtual reality, where you can like have someone evoke an experience or step into an experience through a story that you tell them. So this is, you know, things like the movies, even short videos, the journey meditations, you'll see things like that. I love storytelling. Other things that I'm also, some of my abilities, I would say would also be like the voice, using my voice, and that's something I'm still exploring more. So that's why I want to get into like practicing more flowetry. But of course, like it is a lot to do with like being a public speaker, being able to help do these broadcasts, being a babbling skull Babylon, and that is like one of my gifts. One of my gifts that I recognize, you know, at a young age, like once, you know, once my testicles dropped, I was just like, my goodness, what is this gold within my grass? Like, what, my goodness, like I must do something with this, right? And it's not like, and my dad has like a radio voice too, so it's kind of like, you know, it's just kind of like part of my my makeup and stuff like that. But again, it's like, okay, I got a voice that's a good quote unquote radio voice. Let's use this. Let's use this to get the message out there. But of course, I'd like to think that you guys listen to me for more than just how my voice sounds, but maybe it has something to do with what I'm saying. I guess it's a bit of a mix of both. But so those are some of my abilities, and yeah, doing free hugs, creating videos, and also like leadership qualities are something that I resonate with, and that's something that I'm still learning. I'm not saying I'm a perfect leader, but what I am encouraging is the idea that each of us has like the leadership keys and the codes within all of us. And that's kind of the exciting thing, is when you start getting into this idea that it's not just like, oh, I can't be a leader because I wasn't born as a leader. It's like those codes are like there to access, and they're inside of ourselves, and they come through experience, and they come through conversations, and they come through inspirations, and they come through other people passing on the knowledge to you, and then you sort of integrate it into your own experience. So I mean, again, with this project, a big part of it is encouraging you guys to be the leaders within your own life, to choose to be the change they wish to see, and to bring that out into your community to help build the tribe. To be the person that says, all right, like everyone's wandering around, let's meet up here at this point, at this time, let's have some open-minded discussion, call it a paradigm shift community, and do some meditation and get to hang out and get to know each other. Literally, it's that simple, but until you're that person who decides to create that portal, maybe it won't happen. So being a leader is about creating portal. It's about creating a portal for community to gather around, for intentions to gather around. And again, it's something that I'm still learning about, but it's, yeah, and I can't do it alone. So thank you guys as well. So other gifts and stuff like that, I'm sure we'll get into exploring them, but I just wanted to mention that real quick, and we'll keep moving along with more of the introductions here, and then we'll get into some more sort of free flow conversation. Or after the introductions, I'll just go over real quick of some of the updates that I want to mention, and then from there we'll just get into free flow, and then we don't really have to worry about time-wise after that. So who would like to go next in terms of introductions? Jesse. Okay, Jesse, go ahead. We'll pass the talking stick right over to you.
Hello, guys. I just want to say namaste in Lakesh to all of you. I'm 30 years old from Niagara Falls, Ontario. What brings me to paradigm shift is pretty much synchronicity. Lots of synchronicity changed my whole life. I was 10 years, I was a drug addict, and then I had a spiritual awakening a couple years ago and changed my life. And I started getting heavy into like magic and alchemy and UFOs, you know, all the good stuff. Lots of traditional medicine, traditional Chinese medicine, Ayurvedic medicine, because I had to try to heal myself. I was really sick for past couple of years. So right now I'm just pretty much in healing mode. Still been doing that because I'm in pain a lot still, but slowly getting better. And my gifts are, I'm really intuitive. I'm really artistic. I like to draw and paint. I've been getting back into that the past year or two, as it makes me happy. So, yeah, I don't know. That's pretty much it. I'm trying to find my tribe, so that's why I'm here. You know, I don't really have many people that are into the new things I'm into. In my life, in reality, so I had to find them through the intranet, as you'd say. And yeah, synchronicity is huge. It took over my life. It actually saved, I would say it saved my life. Found out, like, you know, I was crystal, indigo child, starseed, and I just took the guys. I find I have a special guidance through the synchronicity too, though, and it's really special to me, actually. So I learned a lot through spiritual medicine, you know, psychedelics and mushrooms and stuff, and that's a big part of my life. Terrence McKenna is probably one of my biggest heroes right now. So yeah, that's pretty much it.
Awesome, man. Jesse, thank you for sharing, and it's great to see some fellow Ontario Canadians in here as well. So yeah, cheers, man. And if you're ever, you know, like Niagara Falls isn't too far away from London, if you are ever in London, just feel free to let me know, because I'm always welcome to come out to any of the meetings on Fridays.
Yeah, for sure, man. That'd be great.
Sweet. So you're kind of saying that, like, do you notice like much conscious community in Niagara? Like, are there kind of the odd yoga shops here and there?
No, besides like a couple crystal shops in the cities around here, there's not too much. I've been trying to get yoga, but I haven't found a good place yet. I'd have to go probably closer to Toronto if I wanted to do that. So,
yeah, I'll have to look into that. If anybody else is in the Niagara area, feel free to connect with Jesse, and Jesse will put your links into the show notes as well. But yeah, do you feel just like kind of small chat and stuff like that? Do you feel that like as time moves on, would you be interested in helping like create a meetup, create like a paradigm shift community where you are?
Oh yeah, of course. I'm all about like making the connections and stuff. Like when I started getting into this stuff, I got in contact with a group called Connecting the Light Energies 144, and most of them are based out of UK, but I caught a couple of friends here in the States and other places, and that helped a lot because I was trying to find myself, and I'd love to be a part of helping build the tribe, you know.
Awesome, man. Well, definitely. I mean, we'll talk more about that kind of even within this broadcast, but yeah, like being able to create a meetup and a paradigm shift community is not super complicated. It's just a matter of like getting it and then letting people know about it. But again, like we'll talk about this later, but one of the simplest things that I always recommend is like a way to kickstart a paradigm shift community is by going out and doing free hugs. And then for every person that you hug, you invite to connect and you invite them to the meetups and stuff like that. So even if you hug like 10 people, maybe that could be like 5 of them who end up coming to the meetup or at least know about it. And then if you got like a Facebook page, then you link them to the Facebook page and you just at least keep them connected. And then you repeat this so that they can come out when the time is right. But yeah, just kind of recapping that. But dude, yeah, like it can, I would love to see it happen in Niagara Falls because I feel it could use it there as well as many other places. But
yeah, man, I agree.
Cool, man. Sweet. All right. Jesse, is there anything else you want to share in the moment? Otherwise, we'll keep passing.
No, I'm good for now. Yeah.
Sweet. Awesome, man. Well, thank you again for being here. Sweet. Okay. So we'll keep bouncing the talking stick around. Okay. So we have Jared and Unconditional Love, who either one of you guys want to go next. Feel free to unmute yourself. Okay, so we'll pass it over to Jared. Jared, welcome to the team Hangout. And again, we'll just pass it over to you with the recap of who you are, where you're from, what brings you to the project, and what some of your abilities are. So Jared, go ahead. And maybe, Jared, we may have a microphone issue. If you're using your microphone right now, we aren't able to hear it. So sorry, because we might not have actually been able to test that since you came in on the fly, but see if you can get that working and jump in when you can. And Unconditional Love will pass it over to you in the meantime. Go ahead. And sorry, remind me, what name do you want to go by?
You can call me Evan or Unconditional.
Evan?
Love,
all right.
Whatever you want.
Unconditional Evan?
Yeah, Unconditional.
Okay, welcome back, man. Go ahead.
Yeah, so I found you through Bridget Nielsen's interview with you also, and just a lot of the things you said resonated with me, and so I thought I would just check out your YouTube channel and subscribe to you and watch a few videos, and then, like, I think it was 3 streams ago I joined the first stream, and or first stream for me to join, and yeah, just checked you out. What was the other question? My spiritual gifts or superpowers?
Yeah, exactly.
Well, yeah, I think I'm still kind of figuring those out, but for the most part right now, like, my art is like my passion or really like obsession. Like, I have to do it all the time, or like not all the time, but every day I have to do art. Yeah, so I'm just trying to like work on that a lot, and I also am going to start a YouTube channel very soon. I have a lot of ideas that I want to do now. I just need to create the videos and upload those. And yeah, so really just art right now is my superpower that I'm working on. So yeah.
Awesome, man. Awesome. Do you got any sort of angle that you're looking at for your videos? What you might be looking to do?
It's kind of like inspired by a lot of different people, and I'll explain in one of the videos for the channel what it's for. But it's definitely like conscious medium. One of the things I really want to do is like most of the channels I'm subscribed to, they're all amazing channels, and they're all like I'm only 19, and I've been like in awoken or whatever word you want to say for a couple years now, but I'm still on the path for sure, like we all are. But like there's all these people who are way more advanced than I am spiritually, and they're teaching me so much. So I was thinking I'd like to create a channel that's more for like not people that are already awoken, but to help the people who are still asleep or whatever you want to call it, and wake them up a little, spark that energy inside them.
Awesome, man. Yes, I think that's really important because, you know, and I've thought about this before. The beauty of the shift and even this project is that there's always going to be people who are like just waking up or just stumbling upon a lot of the metaphysical shifty stuff for the first time. So we always want to be able to like have people who are kind of ambassadors to welcome people, as well as to like give them a soft introduction to some of these topics. Because like I know some people are going to just like stumble upon one of Gabe's videos or Xylox's videos and they're just going to be like, what the hell did I just watch, man? Or something like that. But then like, it's true. But, you know, with other people, it's great when you can just kind of like send them a casual video of just someone explaining something that may not be too far out there. Cause I think again, like with, that's with a lot of like this shifty stuff, that's kind of the discussion is like, how do we get more people interested in these topics? And you kind of have to like gradually introduce certain things to them at a certain way. Like if you unplug them from the matrix too fast, they just like get nauseous almost. So like, it's, you know, that metaphor from the matrix and everything. So yeah, I think it's always great to be able to put intention towards being able to figure out how to crystallize like what may feel like big ideas into simple ways of explaining them for people who may be new. So Evan, yeah, I think that's really cool, man.
Yeah, I was gonna say also, like I would like to like collab with a lot of other creators and stuff too. So like you were saying just now that you have a good radio voice, so that'd be cool if maybe you could do some like voiceovers and stuff and we could collab together. And then also I was going to say, because Brandon and Michelle, you guys are both from Colorado and I live in Louisville, which is right next to Boulder. So that's just an interesting, cool synchronicity I thought I'd mention. So I'm definitely going to come get a healing from you, Michelle, someday. Yeah, I just thought I'd mention that.
That's awesome. That's perfect. Sweet. Okay, Evan, thank you again so much. And is there anything else you want to mention right now? We'll keep bouncing around.
No, that's
good. Okay, sweet. And you don't have a Facebook yet, right?
Not yet.
You're still, yeah, okay, cool. So if you have any contact info or once you've created a profile through the website, we can post that in as well. Yeah. Okay. One thing I was going to say, so I just want to, we'll see if we can pass it back to Jared in a second. And one thing I was going to say is just kind of bringing attention to project collaboration through the team Slack chat. And also the team map is something I want to mention real quick. And I know some people are probably going to be having to head out soon enough. I know Gabe and Dane have to head out soon enough. So we'll make sure we get to hear some more from them. And I think I might kind of want to ask them about some like Starseed type stuff. But yeah, in the meantime, let me just take a moment here to say, for a big part of this project is about media collaboration. Again, you can think of the main website almost as like a media broadcast center. And it's also almost like a media broadcast school. So like I went to school for media production, and a big part of what I like to do is being able to help other people through their own growth as media creators. And again, that could be video, that can be article writing, that can be, you know, anything that fits within the context of Quest journals and conscious articles on the main website. But if people are specifically interested in collaborating on the media side of things, what I need you guys to do, like this is like part of how the process is going to work, is I need you guys to connect to the team Slack chat, because that is where we are going to be having our communication. So I'm going to post a link to that into the chat of our broadcast right now. And then I'm also going to post that into the YouTube links as well. But for people on YouTube, you can only access that if you've created a profile on the main website. So first you have to create a profile on the main website. Then you can get access to the Slack chat. And then from there, you can also gain access to the voice chat. And so this is something that we're going to be activating over time, but it's going to be something where like on certain evenings, we'll get together and we won't even do a live broadcast, but it'll just be like collaborating on projects. You know, we'll talk about things that we're doing. We'll be in voice chat. We'll be sharing links. We'll be sharing content. We'll be collaborating in that sense. And the Slack chat, it's the reason why it's called Slack is the platform, like slack.com. And it works as a mobile device and a web browser. and it has really good notifications and ways to categorize things. So rather than trying to do this through like a Facebook chat or trying to do it through email, doing it through the Slack chat is just the way how we are going to do it. And it's going to keep things organized in the meantime. So if you're interested in being involved in any sort of media collaboration, and even that could be like meme creation, then please join the Slack chat, because that is where you're going to go to find and connect. And on the main website, you can also find that if you go to tools up at the top, and then you'll see a link to Team Slack chat. So in the menu, you'll go up to the top and you'll see tools, Team Slack chat. And again, you'll need to log into the website first in order to get access to the Slack chat. So if you guys have any questions about that, please feel free to just let me know, and we'll clarify anything about that. But again, with the evolution of the project, that's going to be a big part of it, is being able to create media, and media that will be for our own creative growth, but also to be able to help share with people across the internet, because that's how we help shift consciousness, is by using the internet to get ideas and information out. So like that's part of the game. So it's really exciting in that way, because you never know, like one video could connect someone, could plant a seed, give someone hope, connect them to this project. Next thing you know, they're like part of the team. They're building a paradigm shift community. It's a really exciting way of evolving the project in that sense. So yes, let's do lots of project collaboration, brainstorming through the team Slack chat. And I'll always be on there every day, and I'll always post messages in there every day. And I encourage you guys to be on there actively, make a habit of it. And then that's when it's really going to get the most out of it, is when we all make a habit of using it. So yeah, with that said, let me just check back in with Jared, and we'll see if Jared, if their microphone is working. So Jared, go ahead and try your microphone again. Okay, so Jared, we aren't getting any microphone on your end. If you do check up at the top, there's the settings option. You might be able to play around with that. Otherwise, if you're in the live chat, we can always just relay messages from you there. And apologies for it not working ahead of time. Sometimes there's just technical glitches, but nonetheless, it will work eventually in the future. And thank you anyways for being here. So with that said, guys, let me just switch gears over. I'm just gonna, Gabe, go ahead. I'm just gonna keep playing your hang drums. I'm just gonna unmute you. I just want to get some like hang drum noise in the background. Can I unmute you, or do you have to mute? There we go. This like ambient hang drum. It might glitch us. Oh, okay. Hold on. Okay, we got Jared in here now. Okay, perfect. All right, Jared, go ahead. Just test your microphone real quick. Just say hello.
Hello. Can you hear me?
Yeah, it's a little quiet. I'm gonna try boosting the audio on my end, but I think it's okay. So
can you hear me? Testing 1 2 3. Can you hear me?
Yeah, it's not too bad. It's coming through okay. All right, so Jared, welcome to the Hangouts. And again, we're just asking the questions of who you are, where you're from, what brings you to the project, and what some of your abilities are. So we'll pass the talking stick over to you.
Alrighty, how you doing? My name is Jared Master. I'm from Connecticut, in the US, of course, but I'm here because of the same reasons I think all of us are here. The shift. I love all you shifty people like myself. Reflections. I want to create physical, actual shift zones as well. I want to do pretty much what you're doing, but you saved me that effort. Maybe we can collaborate and make this a little better and easier so more people can shift and join in, and maybe even merge and get more people in there. Start like a team roster of sorts, to see when we all fit this roster, we can play ball and create plans for people all around the world. These are some of my ideas to create solutions for all of us, because I think we're all in financial need. Like you said, working interferes with the actual shift movement. We could be better fit for certain things, or just get in and play when we have enough people to join, of course, right? I could talk about a lot of my talents. They're cognitive and intuitive, the best in mindset. I could build, fix, probably about anything. Licensed electrician, contractor. When it comes to physical shifting, I got a few talents. I got to work on some of my honing skills on the computer and the internet, as you see. I'd like to do more, but limited. I got kids and a few other things going on that seem to get in the way a little bit, but I'm doing my best. I don't know if anyone's got any ideas that can help plug in some ideas there. The anything else that I can think of? Everyone seems to be pretty much familiar with what our missions are here, right? Shifting, getting conscious out there. I'm an information guy too, big into healing, big into getting those 13 strands going in our DNA, turning everything around, cancers, curing everything. I've actually found the keys to immortality if anyone's interested. Familiar with monatomics and how that actually feeds the telomeres in our cells to literally turn everything around. More about human potential. Turn that on, switch on the mind, like we were saying earlier. We could just play from another past life, past experience, or just know things, tap into. I have this notion in finding that. I'm also learned Dolores Cannon's art of hypnosis, because that's a specialty too. I don't know if you guys are familiar with her, being in the metaphysical world. There's a lot to offer. There's a lot of things we can do. I want to get everyone together to do this. Even with the physical shift zones, I've got a lot of stuff. I think we can actually end war and killing all across the world. Creating these neural networks across the planet of physical shift zones. Linking them together with airports and, exotic propulsion devices if we get to that point. But who knows? Maybe we have to do a little more meditation, a little EQ contact to get that moving along. But I want to get that going for all of us. So we can all just jump in. Do a little bit more than this. Just give up our jobs, stop. Anyone looking to literally do something forward and positive, jump in. We all help each other. We merge. Like you were saying, find our strengths. Get that team going for a full network that each shift zone, get this plan in order for all of us. A virtual plan first. So if you're in Canada, you got the whole team going. You get a physical shift zone. Come over here, and then we link each other together. And then pretty much after that, the ball starts rolling. We all merge together, start another shift zone, and another shift zone, linking each other back and forth, slowly being off of society's, hold on us, and our families. Be able to go back and forth, I think is a wonderful solution. And I'd like to implement that. And it's a real possibility to actually happen as a team. And it's so important what you got going on here, shifters, to make that a reality. And that's why I'm here, and I'm so grateful for finding you. A friend of mine turned me on because I was talking about things on Facebook about how we can literally stop war. Maybe one hug at a time, but in a peaceful way. We can stop at our dinner plates, understand where that's killing us and it's killing the animals. When everyone realizes that, they get over their fears and not understanding. And from there, we can move on to put the guns down. Realize we're not literally wanting to be there in the fight. From politicians, they, them, we can get into Rockefellers or whatever it may be, whoever's in control of that. They'll just fade away. Because they're part of us as well, and they're just scared. There's little children as well. Maybe it's there for a purpose. To motivate us all to get into the zone that we're in. Mm-hmm. Who knows? But right now, I know that we're doing what we can do, and that's all that matters. I'm not looking to fight the opponent. I'm looking to create a choice, and multiple choices to remove ourselves from the mundane choices that we like to rid ourselves from. That's awesome. My ultimate goal, is to create more choices, from playgrounds to anything. Put my efforts to total use. That it's going to always perpetuate the positive, the good, and give and keep giving. Not just one job and you're done. That's got to stop. We all know that. At the end of the week, at the end of the day, we're all got to start over again. But if we can put our efforts together and propel this even further, that's what I'm about. I want to see this happen. I don't know if there's any other questions for me. If anyone wants to know more about the keys to immortality, healing crises, understanding how to get our bodies back together, turn on that light switch in our mind, and see what we're all about.
Brandon, I think that's great. Everything that you've covered there. There's a lot of just like being able to hear just your passion for being able to help with the shift is really important. And yeah, like your microphone's like not super clear, but we are still getting the majority of the transmission. But yeah, man, thank you again for being here. Beth was just asking, actually, whereabouts in Connecticut? Is it Connecticut? Did you say you're in Connecticut?
Yeah.
Whereabouts in Connecticut? Beth was asking.
I'm in West Haven, Connecticut. West Haven, Connecticut.
West Haven, Connecticut.
Yeah, you around here still or no? Is she around here? Can you hear me?
Beth, I don't know if you want to reply. If you.
Yeah, I don't think West Haven is far from us. We're in Western Mass, right on the border of Connecticut.
Yeah.
Of Northern Connecticut.
It's about an hour or so from me.
Cool.
Yeah, so the community center that we're working on right now, there's definitely a lot of construction that needs to take place there. We can definitely touch base with you about ways that you can get involved with that. Just hit up my Facebook page that's listed in the chatter.
Yeah,
I'll put it in here again right now.
You can even hit me up too. Private message you, whatever. I got my phone number in the chat too. Give me a ring. I'm okay with talking.
Mm-hmm.
Great.
Yeah, and I'll post your.
They talk to me, shoot the shit, whatever. Speed up the learning curve, so to speak. If there's any help I can do and provide, word of obliged.
Yeah, Jared, what I'm interested in is some of the stuff you were just like hinting upon, like the keys to immortality and stuff like that. What I would love to do, in addition to being able to talk about it in future broadcasts, is also being able to like invite you to maybe even find ways of how you could like create it into a written article as something we could share, or even like a video that you might be able to put together, just encouraging you in some way or another to like get your knowledge in a form of media that we can be able to help share. Because I think even kind of what you were saying, just the concept of like how to stop wars or something like that, like that could almost be like a title for an article that would really get people's interest, and it would kind of be like this like step-by-step process. And even what you were saying, like starting it at the dinner table, starting it by like the meat that we like, the food that we put on our plate, the meat that we don't put on our plate. And yeah, so I just wanted to mention that just as again, just thanking you for joining, for connecting with the team. And I would love to be able to learn more about the knowledge that you're holding right now. So yeah, go ahead.
Do that. I would definitely love to give you that knowledge. I'm definitely passionate about sending this to everybody. It's a moral duty. And a lot of people charge for this, and a lot of people get knocked off for this. Some of this stuff has been known since the 1900s. But I think it's time for it to get out there. There's a lot of it we have to know. We can't just sit there and copy it and pretend and just be a blind follower. It's almost like we have to understand it ourselves from what our perspectives is. And I'm willing to do that. I'm willing to take you to whatever level you are, any gaps and missing pieces that you don't understand, and bring you up to speed real fast. Or slow if that needs be,
Mm-hmm.
I have to talk fast sometimes. The digital aspect that you're talking about, visual actual interpretations, yeah, I'm highly on top of that one as well. I have a lot of videos I've collected over the years, and I send people and talk to them, and I want to get that together. I'd actually like to get a site going and make it a learning curve. I want to start building the Greek or geniuses. And this is ridiculous. How many Einstein's theories are out there to be geniuses, and methods that are out there, sporadic methods, you name it, that we can literally all be genius. It's not in our schools. This is absurd. Consciousness was removed from our schools, which is well known. I can get into the sinister end of that as well, but let's stay positive. This is here, and I'd like to get deep. I can get deep in the quantum world, the physical world, the microbial world, talk about our taste buds and all the other situations that most people face, like you said, at the dinner plate, and to understand literally why we crave things, literally what's going on inside us, and how to overcome those things. And I don't know, a lot of people face these issues and problems. They talk about the emotional side, but I think they'd be remiss not to notice that we've been deprogrammed. We've been, shut off to that part of us. So we're not going to hear that or see that in society. And that'd be a hard thing to get most people to start at the dinner plate by going at something that they can't see. So I start with the science, the proof, the showing, the evidence, the cellular level, to see your blood actually change or see it stagnant, doing nothing. These videos are clear to see if anyone knows about the acidic and alkaline principles of the blood. And it's also clear at a genetic level, DNA level. If you look, most of us aren't looking at that. And I start with that. I wish I knew this, you know? I wish everyone was taught this in school. I mean, we start even when we're kids, intuitively. We pick up leaves, oh, pretty. We pick up herbs, and we don't even know what we're doing. And then we're told to put them down or do nothing. We rake up the leaves. It's insane. That's the nutrition for the tree. That's protective. There's so many aspects in the symbiotic relationships, the trees and us, energy, barefoot movements, you name it. They actually help everything move along. And I want to implement this, because when we implement this, we get our mind back. We get to tap into that other 95%. We get those genetics started rolling. And that's going to make the whole learning curve unbelievable.
Mm-hmm.
You know?
Totally, man. Yeah, like a lot of I like what you're saying, just kind of like really like focusing on the basics of like foundations to build a healthy life off of. I think that's really important. Even just what you're talking about, you know, like pH levels and acidity and just like basic diets and stuff like that, and understanding like, you know, just the process of deprogramming. That's simple things, but super important. You know, those are huge portals that a lot of people are going to have to like walk through at some point or another when the time is right. And if we can create those portals through media, through conversation, then that's going to help accelerate things. Jared, I do want to be able to like get into more stuff with you, whether it'll be right now, I can't say for certain, just because like in some way I'd almost prefer for you to come back on another broadcast with a better microphone, and then we can really delve into some stuff.
Yeah, you know, I was trying to get the microphone going and test runs. You know, this computer had an image.
Yeah, I'm glad it works though.
You know, I needed to do someone. This is literally my first test run. I have no clue how to use the buttons, you know.
Well, I'm glad it worked out. Sweet. Okay, just before we get, we're going to go into some team objectives in the next minute. Is there anything else that you just wanted to share with people in the moment?
I'd like to maybe even address a couple questions if anyone has any questions, or we'll just move along. That's fine. You guys got my information. You can get a hold of me. If you got something to say, go for it. If not,
for sure.
You know, I'll just sit back and chill.
Cool. Yeah. If anybody, perfect. Thank you, Jared. If anybody does have any questions that, you know, they want to be able to ask the group as well as Jared, please feel free to put those into the chat within this relative time frame, because that is something that I do want to be able to do. We're going to kind of talk about objectives for the next moment, some new updates to the website, going to talk about Cerebro, the team map, and also going to be talking about some new conscious media. And as well, I just want to be able to give this as a place for us to be able to practice answering some metaphysical discussion topics. So that's where you guys within the chat, if you want, you can feel free to ask a question to the group, and we'll be able to see where we can take things. And again, this is all just practice. I mean, I've kind of mentioned that within this broadcast, but again, reminding you guys that we do these broadcasts as practice, to be able to practice communicating as a team, to be able to practice having these metaphysical discussions, so that we can also take the way of how we learn how to talk about these things and bring them with us, bring the shift with us into our everyday life. That way, so when someone asks you about dream exploration or chakras or energy healing or things like that, you'll be like, oh yeah, here, let me have a conversation with you, because I've had conversations about this before. And that's a big part of where the shift happens. So, Jared, thank you again for connecting, and definitely look forward to being able to download and share more of the knowledge that you have as well.
Thank you for having me, and it's a blessing to have you guys here. I appreciate all of you too. Much love.
Much love.
I have one question for the audience, because I got a metaphysical side to me too, in the astral travel, and I used to do at will. And lately, I don't know if it's this Wi-Fi stuff that's messing with us, and there's synthetic telepathy and all this other stuff going on. But if anyone here astral travels, be free to take a look at my picture and find me tonight. And, you know, if my eyes are glued or whatever, wake me up. I can get connected again. You know?
All right. So Jared just gave people permission to go find him if they're astral traveling tonight. So awesome.
Thank you.
Sweet. All right. Thanks, Jared. And again, you know, like within the project, I'll just say real quick, a big part of the project, for those of you who may be new, we do like a regular dream class. Right now, our broadcast schedule is actually just kind of a little bit spaced out, and a big part of that is because I have some huge projects that I need to be able to focus on, such as the completion of the Journey to Lucidity 3 movie, which I'm aiming to get complete as soon as possible in preparation for going to Journey to Lucidity 5 in April. And again, lucidityfestival.com if you want to get your ticket for that and join in for that. And yeah, but once things kind of play out, and I can't really say a promise, we will be getting more into the regular team hangouts, such as Dream Class and such as the Destiny School. When that will be, it may honestly not be until either like mid-March or after April, once I get back from California for that. But there's lots of stuff even in the past archives that you can check out. So with that said, guys, what I want to be able to do is be able to take a moment here to just kind of show you guys some of the things that are incredibly epic on the website now since the last broadcast, and that we're going to be able to utilize as we move forward with the project. And let me just take a second here to check in with the chat. All right, Beth, I know you said you had to head out in a bit, so just let us know before you leave if you just want to say something before you head out. Anybody else? I know Gabe and stuff like that, if you guys need to head out soon, just give me a heads up so we can make sure that we pass it over to you guys before you do that. Okay, guys, so what we're going to do right now, I just want to bring you guys some attention to an objective within the Paradigm Shift Central project. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to screen share the main website. So for those of you who have not been on the main website recently, you'll find some new updates on it. In particular, what we're looking at right now is the global team map. So if you're on the website, what you can actually do is you can scroll up to the top here. And so you can't see my mouse, but again, for those of you who are like listening to just the audio of this, you'll just have to fill in the gaps with your imagination. But within this, let me just sort of reiterate. All those like stuff at the top, that's your regular menu. That's just your menu. The thing with the options underneath the main title image where it says Paradigm Shift Central, that's your controller. So where it says team map, 3D timeline, start menu, player activity, begin new quest journal, begin new conscious article, I refer to that as your controller. So you literally can think of that as like your video game controller that accesses like key parts of the game. And the reason why that's there, and it's also mobile friendly, like if I were to like squish this, like you'll see how it adapts to like a smaller version. Like this is all custom stuff that I had to put together to make it work so that this website would work optimized on both desktop and mobile, which is like a big thing people have to do nowadays. So anyways, if you go here and you click on the team map, that will take you to the part of the website we are on now. And just scrolling down real quick, you can see the ping map on there. And that's like another map that shows where people are actively logged in from, and as well as the unique visitors and the current paradigm shifters online, currently of which is saying about 13 people are on the website. Underneath that, you got all your media feeds, which again, this stuff isn't new, but just reiterating, and that's where you can find through there some of the Quest Journal articles that you can see that are new. The feed doesn't go back all the way. That's just a limit on the feed. It only goes back so far. In the future, we'll ideally be able to get it back as far as we need to. Through there, you'll find some of the new article, as well as the central news, which is your live broadcast, and the game tutorials and the assigned shift missions, which you'll be seeing more of in the future, and the MP3s for the broadcast, such as this one. So if you go to the team map, this is what I want to bring you guys' attention to. So the team map is something that I showed to you guys last week, and it's something that's been in the project for quite a while now, but it hasn't been fully up to what its potential has been until last week when I put in all the code for it. So basically all of what you're seeing here is information for people who have created profiles through the main website. So when you join the game, when you create your shifter profile through the main website, that includes the data that we include onto the team map. A big part of this project is just about data. It's about presentation of data, and through the presentation of being able to use it in ways that are incredibly more effective. So what it is that we have here, I'm actually just going to kind of show you, is like another way of looking at all of the different shifters from across the world. So it's kind of cool because in the left-hand side, you have an alphabetical order list of all of the different shifters in different locations. And just by literally clicking on them one-on-one, it's kind of cool because it's like literally teleporting us around the entire world. And this is why I was saying this is like our super, basically through making this map, it's given all of us this superpower ability to be able to see where shifters are across the world. So this is like Cerebro from X-Men. Those of you familiar, Charles Xavier has this machine where he can like put on a helmet and he can connect with like all the mutants across the world. So mutant shifters is kind of one and the same. So what I recommend for you guys to do is to kind of go through this list to see what shifters may be near you, to potentially make contact with them, and at the very least just to be able to learn about like a little bit of who they are, and to be able to just like explore some of their websites. So within each profile, you'll see the profile link to the main website on the Paradigm Shift Central, as well as their email, as well as estimated shift missions completed, their game name, astrological sign, primary elements, archetype patterns, passions, skills, gifts, interested in learning more about. So through there, it gives you an idea of like who these people are, who our teammates are. And so this is something that we've kind of showed within the last broadcast, but I'm just bringing you guys up to speed because again, I think it's so freaking awesome, and I'm going to take time to study it. And I encourage you guys to literally just study it, to browse around, to just kind of like see who all of these different people are, to get to sort of recognize the faces and the names of all of the different shifters, and potentially use this map when you're traveling around the world. Now, admittedly, it won't be 100% accurate, and people's locations are only based on their cities. So there's no personal addresses in here. Every location is just based on a city that you guys put into it. So, hey, look, that's a familiar face right there. So pulling up Brandon's profile, who's in this Hangout right now, you can see we got a profile link to there, and at the bottom we also got a link to his Facebook, his Instagram, and his Twitter. And if anything, we'll also get him synced up to put his SoundCloud in there as well, and we'll update the profiles every now and then. We'll have to update those. So again, on the list on the side, there's literally like over 500. And so again, this is like something where I like manually had to put all this data together through like spreadsheets and then like entering it in and stuff like that. But it's totally worth it, and it's incredibly freaking epic. And so again, if you zoom in on any location, basically you'll see the clusters begin to expand, and that's where it begins to like show like all the different shifters all across the map. Now, this is all said and good. This is all said and done. This is not really new news. I'm just updating you guys on the fact that the team map has been updated. The next thing that we want to focus on is on the fact that we also have the creation of the listing of the Paradigm Shift communities. So on the map at the very bottom, for those of you who are visually looking at this, you'll see, I don't know if I can select, I guess I can select, you can see where I'm selecting. You can see at the bottom where it says Paradigm Shift communities and shifters. Right now, I just have shifters selected. What we're going to do, we're going to click that off, and then we're going to click on Paradigm Shift communities. So right now, this is where the map gets really interesting, because in addition to all the individual shifters, what we're seeing here is a full list of all of the known Paradigm Shift communities and evolving communities to date. Now, this is the objective. The objective within the game moving forward is to help activate as many of these locations, of these shift communities, with accurate data and accurate meetup locations and information. So for example, I'm just going to pull up Paradigm Shift London here on the left. And again, these are purely just by alphabetical order right now, posted by country. So I'm going to pull up Paradigm Shift London, which is London, Ontario, Canada. And so just as an example here on the information, it has a link to the community Facebook page, and it has information for our known meeting info, as well as the known admin, which links to my personal profile. So again, it's got the known meeting info, Friday 7 to 9, Wow Shawarma, 434 Clarence Street. So you can imagine this tool becomes very, very useful when people start finding this website for the first time. And, they're going to find it from a video that we post on Facebook. They may be in some miscellaneous location. They go to the website, they're going to pull up this map, and they're going to find a Paradigm Shift community where they are. But again, this is the objective. The objective right now is the fact that a majority of these locations, I do not know either the admin or the known meeting info. Now, that is either because there is no current admin and there is no current info, or I just haven't fully been updated with it. So like these Paradigm Shift communities have all come up as Facebook pages over the past, like going back to 2012. So admittedly, some of them have almost become like kind of like ghosted. They an admin might have created the group for it, and then it just kind of like, for whatever reason, they just didn't keep up with it, which is totally cool, because again, our objective here is to try and reactivate the ones that maybe have been ghosted, if we want to use that term. So if you see a Paradigm Shift community where you are, and you're just like aware of the fact that it doesn't have a known meetup time, and you feel like you might want to be an admin for it. And again, being an admin just means facilitating, setting the time and location for having these meetings, for having open-minded discussion, meditation groups, and then doing it on a regular basis so that people can come out and attend them. So if you see a community that doesn't have an active admin, either let me know, and like if you see one and you want to be an admin for it, let me know, or create one where you are. So that's basically the core objective of what's something that I want to be able to work on literally over like the next coming years of the project. So like right now you can see there's like 100 paradigm shift communities listed in this map, but what we want to do is to get the data so that as many of these as possible also have the corresponding information for known info. So again, someone finds the website, either someone gives them a button or they're finding it through the internet. They go to the team map, they connect with shifters where they are, and they find a paradigm shift community where they are. It brings them out to a meeting and it connects them to the community. So this is where you can see like suddenly this tool helps accelerate the shift. Whereas before, someone might go to a website and they might not even know that there's a paradigm shift community in their area. They might not know that there's other shifters in their community. This is going to help accelerate that. And that is why this tool exists. So again, inviting you guys to either create paradigm shift communities where you are, or if there is one where you are and you want to help admin it, contact me. Hopefully either I have admin access to the page and I'll grant it to you, or we'll figure something out, or if it's a brand new one, then you can create a page for yourself. So again, the objective is to activate as many of these paradigm shift communities as we can. So right now there's only a few that have like known times and stuff like that, and I got to update some of the info, but again, this map is fairly new, so that's totally cool, but we totally have like the opportunity to begin filling it up with the valuable data. And so examples, I know Gabe and them, they're going to give me some info to add paradigm shift community for their meetups that they do. And even so you can see how quick this map actually works, right? So I'm just gonna like quickly find Gabe's info, since it's like it just alphabetical order. Like it literally takes me like 2 seconds. So you can see like how as myself as like director and you know, one of the many captains of this project, if I'm trying to learn who everyone is, this is a super effective way. Say if I'm just like, oh man, like what was Gabe's like YouTube channel? I'll just pull him up here and then I have access to it, even though he doesn't actually have his linked into his profile. But again, we can update that. But again, it gives me access to his Facebook page, and then I can go to his Facebook or his Instagram. And again, anybody else, you know, just like an easy way to pull stuff up. And then you can also run particular searches. And I was trying to do this last time, where you can actually like get into more of the advanced searches. And this is just kind of like a cool thing that I'll just do real quick. If it works, search, is that going to search? There we go. So I just ran a search on, if you go to the search in the advanced, and it might be a little different on mobile, then you can actually like search things by the categories. And one of the categories is like the elements. So I just searched by elements. So now, right now, like what I'm looking at on the map is all of the water elements. And there's actually 200 people who are water. So this is actually kind of interesting because like, look, this is just kind of like fun info to play with. So I'm going to type in earth and see how many earth entries we get. So there's 165 people who are earth. So there's 200 who are water, 165 who are earth. See how many air we got. Okay, that's weird. I don't know why air didn't actually turn up there. I'm going to try resetting that primary element. Air, try that again. Okay, I don't know why that didn't actually work for air. Again, sometimes I think it's just glitchy. And try for fire. Fire turned up 162. So it's just kind of, it's just kind of cool, just kind of like seeing the math here of like the different elements related to the different shifters involved with the project.
Hey, Brandon, like who helped you with the software?
So this map, as Adriano was asking, is at the bottom. You'll see like this thing called Built with ZMaps. If you guys are interested in using this, you can click on ZMaps at the bottom, and that will open you up to their website, and you guys can create your own map there. As part of the paradigm shift, like the team Patreon that we have, like I did have to update the map to be able to gain access to certain abilities and remove some of the ads and stuff like that. But again, yeah, ZMaps, ZEE maps.com is where you can go to check that out. And this is like, I've looked, you know, I found this a while ago, but yeah, like I've looked for maps like this, and this one was one that definitely fit the needs of what it is that we were doing here. And again, this is a very useful tool that is going to help us for the coming evolution of the project. And again, if anybody wants to get added to the map, sign up and create a profile through the main website. So you can see it's very cool. Just by being a profile on the main website, it creates the synchronicity of the possibility of someone coming through the website and discovering your profile. So look, there's just as an example, there's Brianna's profile. So now like people can come there and be like, oh, like Brianna's in Kalamazoo, I want to connect with her. And then boom, right there, got her Facebook link, and it's easy to connect. And again, when I'm going to be traveling in the future and doing like shift tours and the Paradigm Shift Love Tour, I'm going to be using this map.
That sounds like a plan.
Hey, you know, like I'm going to be coming through Georgia, so I'm going to contact Ariel. And I'm going to be coming through South Carolina. I'm going to be contacting Michael.
Oh, I know Michael. Oh, man, that's crazy.
I don't think he's in South Carolina right now. So again, like this map isn't 100% updated, but it still gives us like a decent amount of information to go.
Wow. Can you change the icons? Can you change the symbols, what they look like?
Yes, you can. That's why like the Paradigm Shift map locations actually have.
Oh, I saw that. You had the logo.
Yeah.
How long does it take for the profile to go up, Brendan? Because I put mine through and it said it had to be like accepted or something.
Your profile on the main website would have been accepted. I'm just going to stop screen.
You're making them go to work now.
Sure. Activated through the main website. And if it's not on the map yet, then that just means that I'm adding it very soon. So since there is just kind of like a bit of a process with adding it, like I'm trying to like add new information at the end of each week. So like if it's not up there right now, it will be up there. But maybe
that just blew my mind. I'm sorry. That whole presentation was amazing. Like with the music I'm listening to and what you were saying, just synced up so perfectly.
Yeah.
And that was amazing, man. That was really cool. Man.
Well, again, you can see like a big part of this project is building that global team of Jedi, of Light Guardians, of Shifters, of superheroes, of Avengers, whatever you want to think of us as.
Yeah, and it's so important right now. Like the work is so important, what you're doing. It's like, especially in the United States right now, like the times that we're going through down here and like what is happening in the media and what is happening with our government, it's insanity. It's pure, like, there's no other way to describe it. It's very surreal. And to have a tool like that where you could just link up and find people who are in the same kind of wavelength, you know, studying, you know, alternative things, man, that's truly mind-blowing. Have you thought about making an app?
The concept app? Yeah, the concept, and we've talked about this before, the concept of the app is something that's definitely there. Basically, for the time being, what I'm trying to do is create everything that you could own, like the core of the app is the website. So rather than having to like build the app, we've just optimized it through the website. So you can almost think of the website as the app in that sense. So I mean, like, again, like the website, you know, if we're talking about a video game, the website is the video game, you know, like as well as the real life aspects. So it's like you want to play Paradigm Shift Central, you go to the website and that's it. And you're on there and you're creating quest journals. And let me just go back to the screen share because there's something that I just didn't show that was also on that same page. So within the community index, so again, this is a community team map, the global team map. So we got all that. And Beth, yeah, you're correct. Your information is not on there yet. So meaning it will be on there soon, and thank you for checking. So if you scroll down on here, this is just another way of presenting data. So in addition to the team map, this is like a spreadsheet file, which also just has all of the locations of the Paradigm Shift communities listed by country and in alphabetical order. So this is, again, just a really easy way to see data. So you can see there's 4 in Australia. Like, again, for me as a person who's managing this project, like this is really useful because it just helps me see where everything is right away, right? So you can see like in Canada, there's like at least like 14 or 15 Paradigm Shift communities in Canada. There's one in Estonia, one in Germany, one in Holland, one in Israel, Japan, Mexico. But again, honestly, like I can't say how active each of those are, but my hope and my intention is to like get in contact with each of the admins eventually so that we can reactivate those over time. And it may take a while, and some of them may remain ghosted for a while.
You should brainstorm on a solution to that problem. Like if you had a way for like a one button push, like anytime they had a meeting or something, they could check in and they could let you know that they're live or, you know, that they're actually hosting the meeting.
Yeah, that's like future stuff that will hopefully have the technology to be able to like,
Yeah,
organize it.
well,
Yeah,
I
yeah.
know like programming and organizing this shit is. I mean, you already do so much work, man, and like taking care of a database like this too is this is like big data stuff, man.
But yes, I agree. Like being able to refine it through just like all of these possibilities is like, yeah, there's a lot there. And again, I think like, you know, keeping in mind what the app could potentially have in the future, a lot of those ideas could be within the app and stuff like that. So yeah, like stay tuned because, you know, in 5 years from now, we're talking about it, but we'll have it then.
That's
So
awesome,
just kind of, again, showing like within the United States, you can see the most of the paradigm shift communities are within the United States. There's a lot there. And again, if you're thinking about creating a paradigm shift community, totally go for it and doing it as a collective. So when you're explaining it to people, you can be like, well, there's paradigm shift communities all across the world. And they're just, you know, something where people might be able to get onto the idea better when they can realize that there's a team behind it. So just moving along real quick, because I want to get back to some of the discussion just with the group. And I know a few people have to head out in a bit. So again, just below the list of the communities, this is also a list of all of the known shifters. So again, this is where you can see it organized by country. So in addition to the map up top, this is just different people like to browse data in different way. And there's different benefits to browsing it in different way. Like it's actually easier for me to see things here, but using the map above allows me to see things different allows me to see things easier in a different way. So I can see like how many people are in Canada. I can see how many people are in Germany. So I mean, again, you know, like there's X number of people in Germany, Netherlands, New Zealand, Sweden. So again, if you're like one of the few people in Sweden, for example, contact Alexa in Sweden. Alexa is one of the admins for the paradigm shift community in Sweden, and you can contact them and stuff like that. So just showing you guys that this is on the website, that this is there, and encouraging you guys to go browse it and check it out, and using that with the objective of connecting with shifters where you are, connecting with paradigm shift communities where you are, helping create paradigm shift communities, and helping reactivate some of the paradigm shift communities that may currently be ghosted. Yeah, I feel like that's an accurate term.
Brandon, when you update my profile,
yes.
can you make me an admin for Gabe's location as well, please?
Yep, I can totally do that. So I'll put in like the known admins as being like more than one and stuff like that. And so just as another example within the team map, I just want to give a shout out to Haven for Humanity. So Haven for Humanity is the eco village community that our friend Sam is building. And again, his isn't like, it's not called Paradigm Shift Haven for Humanity. It's called Haven for Humanity, but since he's involved with the project and everything like that, like we're still putting in other places onto the map that are like, you know, people involved with the project and places that people can connect with as well. So again, for theirs, since I don't know the exact meetings and times, what I've basically done is for known meeting info, I just put regular events, potlucks, etc. Check the Facebook page. And I also mentioned available options for volunteers looking to help out with On the Land, plus a link to Sam's profile. So with some of the locations, that is essentially what I'll do. If I know you're having meetings in general, then I may not put like every Friday this time. I'll just put check Facebook page for new information kind of thing. That way, so even if I don't get it fully updated, people will still be able to go to the place where they can see the updates from. So yeah, that's basically a huge part of the website that has been updated. Other parts within the website, I can just kind of, I'll just kind of show real quick. Because I wanted to be able to talk about like some of the media that I've recently created with like the gonzo journalism of the Women's March, but I'll get into that in a bit. But I just kind of wanted to show like within the main aspects of the website, what some of like the tools and stuff are, because I've updated like the media feeds to make it a little bit easier to manage. Again, if the website runs slow on your computer, I apologize. But at the same time, you have to understand that I can't necessarily design a website to run on a computer that may be like getting out of date or running off slow internet. It runs good on my computer. It runs good on my mobile devices. And like, we kind of have to like design things for like the future coming ahead. Yeah, like in that sense, it is like very functional. So within like any of the parts where you're browsing the quest journals and the conscious articles, you do just kind of have the stuff at the top with your newest community videos, your global story meditations. And again, keeping in mind that people are going to be landing on this website for the first time and they may need new introductions, your shift buttons, which is going to link you to the team Patreon, and you guys can sign up for that to get your shift buttons and support the project, the introductions on the right, the actual articles on the left. And just scrolling down a little bit more, you can see you got like your new media feeds, And again, these are new media feeds, so that like it didn't used to look like this, but it's just about presenting data in a way that's going to be able to make it easier for us to see. So look, there's Mind Frig by Brandon. So again, you know, the way how we've designed this project is that people may go to this article right now, which is the video that I did for the Women's March. And if you haven't seen that yet, you can check it out in the New Conscious articles. But when they go here, they're going to scroll and then they're going to see new entries for quest journals. And that's kind of my idea, is that one person's entry will be a portal for other people's content as well. So some person might come here and then suddenly they start browsing and then they'll see Gabe's beautiful face and then they'll click through and get to know him and stuff like that. Another thing.
Hello, Skull, you dropped out.
Oh no!
Skull, your mic.
Come back, dude. Come back.
Okay, you can't hear him either, right?
No.
Okay.
No.
Shit.
Guys, but I'm just gonna keep talking anyways. There we go.
There you go.
Skull.
All right, okay. Yeah, no, it's good. Okay, so yeah, I was like talking. I'm just like, I don't know if they can hear me, but I'm just going to keep talking anyways because it's just catching up with the lag. So another thing I just want to show you guys. So once you scroll past the article, and again, this is kind of designed for like mobile too, where like after you scroll past the article, you can keep scrolling. Light Guardian crystals, you can get those to support the project. This is really cool. This is new. Support these shifters on Patreon. So this is something that's really important to me, is to be able to have the links for other people on Patreon to be able to help support you guys here. So again, so people might land on the website, yet through the website, they get access to the Patreons. And again, Patreon is a platform where people donate monthly micro contributions to support artists. And these are featured shifters who have Patreons, and Gabe's going to have his there. There's Dane's. So you can see there's Dane's, and I'm just going to like click on that real quick. And then that's going to pop up with his like Patreon, and you'll be able to see Dane's Patreon through there. And so again, like a big part of this project is being able to support each other. So Dane is his Patreon is still fairly new, but again, you can check it out and you can contribute and sign up as well to be able to help support the projects that he's doing. So again, you can see Bridget Nielsen. We mentioned her a couple times in the show. Like me and her did an interview, and some people found out about the project through that. Gabe and I connected through that, as well as other people. And yeah, again, I'll just go back here, give a shout out to Abby. Abby is a video creator, conscious media maker, and she's really into the activism and the animal activism. Like a lot of stuff she does is like to bear witness to animals when they are going into slaughterhouses, to be able to help like show the humanness to the story of what is happening with animals, and to just bring more compassion into it. And she actually, I'll just show you real quick, she actually has like a quest journal available. Okay, sorry, I just have to refresh the page real quick because I just like clicked on it and then it had to stop it. But she actually has a quest journal that is about like a recent event that she did where she was filming and stuff like that. So there's just one more thing that I just kind of want to show you guys real quick. Actually, I'll show you guys something really cool. Bonus for anybody who's like listening into this broadcast, because I want you guys to get access to that post. We don't talk about this like publicly, but I'll show it to you guys anyways. I'm just like giving this a second to load. Again, it's just taking a second to load just because like the broadcast is kind of running in the background. But what I just kind of wanted to show you guys real quick is that through the quest journals, you'll also see an entry that Abby made recently. And I'll just click through here. If the maybe we'll see. Give it a second. Yeah, so I'm just clicking through here. So, okay, so I just want to give a shout out here, actually, just like mentioning some of the newest quest journals and stuff like that. Shout out to, and again, since the last broadcast, we've actually had about 14 quest journals that have been entered. Shout out to Rachel, who's like the creator of Paradigm Shift Mexico. She wrote a quest journal about her like journey of creating a Paradigm Shift community where she is, and you guys can check that out. That's Nick has got his Merkaba study group broadcasts, which are similar to these broadcasts. You guys can check those out. There's Gabe's there. Other people talking about a multiple aspect of things, and there's Abby's video there of storming the gates at Greeley, standing for animal rights activism. So again, you can find her stuff through there. And just as a quick tip, whenever you're posting quest journals, always post an image with your question journals so it shows up in the media feed. Later on in the week, I'm going to be doing individual tutorials on how to create quest journals, and I'm going to do individual videos about like kind of talking about the map again. Other things that you see on the website, you got your moon clock. This is just kind of a nice little bonus. So right now, we're actually in the new moon. State the obvious. The last broadcast that we did was on the full moon. So right now we're in the new moon, and it is at 2% right now. Underneath here, you got your broadcast player for the radio show. I may actually move that. I just kind of had that there temporarily because it doesn't let you scroll through all of them, but it does let you play some of them within your media browser right there. What I wanted to show here, though, is Paradigm Shift Central TV is actually up and running on every single entry of the website. So again, this is kind of really cool because say somebody comes and they land on this article and then they scroll down, and what they're going to see here through Paradigm Shift TV is a random video that has been chosen through synchronicity that shows up in their feed. So every time you go anywhere on the website as an article, questionable conscious article, you go there. I encourage you to scroll down a little bit. So again, if you're on mobile, just scroll down a little bit, and then you'll see like what new video may be in the Paradigm Shift Central TV. And then so through there, you can see, like, I'm not going to click on it right now because it'll just take like it'll load up weird because I'm broadcasting. But that's actually like a past broadcast, and we have Michelle's beautiful face there. So it's really awesome to be able to see that. And then again, underneath there, this is like another new aspect of the meditation portals. You'll kind of see that playing out laggily on the broadcast feed. But this is a thing where you can click through. And what I encourage you guys to do with these is to literally bring these into full screen by zooming in on them, which I can't show you because it won't like show up on, like, I can zoom in from my computer, but it doesn't show up within the video. But if you press like Control Scroll or Command Scroll, if you're on Mac or PC or something, then you can actually zoom in on these. And I encourage you guys to like use these as something to do open-eyed meditation on. So right now, these are actually like gifts from a variety of artists that have just kind of been like things I stumbled upon through Tumblr, and I don't actually have the sources on all of them, but eventually these are going to kind of be replaced by our own individual graphics as tools that we can actually meditate on. And I've done this before myself, where I go to the meditation portal, I put it up on full screen, and I sit in front of my computer and I do open-eyed gazing, and I just kind of meditate on that. And this is like a huge topic to get into, but it's like a very powerful form of meditation in itself. So other things on the website, you also got the Paradigm Shift shirts. If you guys need shirts, you can get those. We'll promote those more in the future. Those got the free hugs that open your heart and the Paradigm Shift shirts. And close to the very bottom, you also got the monthly support squad where you can join the Paradigm Shift Patreon, which is under my name. And then through there, you also get the Shifter Booster Kit, which is that image there with the shift buttons, which have the website, which you use as real world quest items to be able to help connect people to the project. And again, that's a huge way to be able to help accelerate the shift, to bring more elements of the game into your reality to evoke synchronicity. And again, the monthly asking price is just $3 to $5, and you get a Shifter Booster Kit worth about $70. And I will say now, for anybody who signs up to the team Patreon within this broadcast, within the time that we're doing this broadcast, you guys can also get a free Light Guardian crystal. So we're going to put in a little bit of a nice little bonus in there for you guys. I'm going to limit it to 4. So at the moment, we'll give away 4. But if you're the 5th person, just message me anyways. We'll figure it out. But again, if anybody's listening to this broadcast right now, I know you're going to see this on screen share. I'm just going to post the Patreon link into the YouTube. And if anybody wants to sign up for the Patreon for either $3 to $5 while we're still doing this broadcast, then you'll also get a free Light Guardian crystal with your Shifter Booster Kit. So this is sweet. So I can see under the new activity, Brianna's actually left a comment on her own profile. Oh, and she also posted an entry. Sweet. Okay. Brianna posted an entry, and it might have something to do with the new video that she actually released. Okay. Moving on, guys, because I want to be able to get back into regular discussion, and I want to be able to just talk with you guys before a couple of you have to head out. How many of you guys know about the secret part of the website, the place, like the hidden library? Does anybody here know about the hidden library on the website? No? Do you guys want to know about the hidden library on the website?
Yeah.
Okay. All right. Let me switch back to the screen share here. So again, for those of you who are watching this, pay close attention. This is very secret. The only people who are going to find out about this are those who are like listening to this broadcast.
Mindfuck. Sorry.
Yeah. No. Let's.
Sorry. I'll keep it PG.
Top, right? Yeah. that's whose article we're on. So, yeah, and again, just going back up to Brandon's here. Again, I think what he wrote here is really, really awesome. So, let me just read this real quick, just a part of it. I want to gently get to know everything about you, turn you inside out and lick your intellect, then press hard topics against you to the point where you're gushing with frustration. I want to feel you grasp for breath as I slowly introduce my beliefs, ideas so spacious and vast that every sense becomes familiarly extended until I gain all of your attention, where questions send hot chills throughout your spine and hair stand on the end, thoughts that drip down your cerebral cortex and trickle into your throat that cause your mouth to moan. So we'll leave it out there, but read the rest of it. Go check that out on the main website. And he's got some comments there. 53 views on it, but that will increase in the future.
Holy shit. You need to write a novel with that stuff in it.
Yeah, some pretty cool stuff, right? Yeah. So yeah, Brandon, shout out on that. Okay, going back real quick to the hidden link. Okay. Anywhere on the website, listen carefully. This is going to tell you where the hidden link is. This has been a part of the project for years, but only a few people have actually known about it or stumbled upon it. Within the website, there's actually a hidden link. So meaning if you were to browse through here and if I were to tell you your hidden link, you'd be looking for it, trying to figure out where to click. I'll give you the answer. All the way at the bottom, underneath the other icon where it says join the monthly support squad, you'll see the text here that says open your eyes to reclaim your prize. Underneath that is this white dot. That white dot is the portal. So you're going to want to click on that white dot here, and that's going to open you up into the hidden library. Now, when you get to the hidden library, you're going to need to enter a password. So I'm going to tell you what the password is, and the password for the hidden library, and again, keep this close. If you want to tell some people about it, just be mindful of who you're telling. The password is Akashic. Akshik, Akashic. Okay, hold on. Akashic, Akashic. Did I spell it right? Yeah, I did. Okay, so Akashic, Akashic. So from here, then it takes you into the link to the hidden library. So it says, here you will find a variety of worthwhile data to assist you on your path towards greater knowledge and experience. Try not to download too many things at once. Allow yourself to be drawn to specific files, like actually browsing in a library. This part of the website is hidden for various reasons. Please limit sharing of it to a minimum. Click here to browse the hidden library. You click here and it launches into MediaFire, and under MediaFire, that gives you access to a very large library of PDFs. And so this is the hidden library, and state the obvious, like I think it's understandable as to like why this is hidden. This doesn't like really fit within like the common like way as to how people share knowledge, considering a lot of these are books that you can buy at a store. And I do encourage you to buy books at stores if it's something you really enjoy. But at the same time, in terms of just being able to help like do things, be able to help accelerate the shift, I want you guys to be able to know about this and to use it in a way that is really going to be able to help benefit you on your journey and to be able to forward the energy even further. So this is where you can find all sorts of books. So you can see there's like, George Orwell, 1948. There's the Gnostic Handbook. Lots of really, really like rare esoteric books, as well as just like general ones that are great for reading. So you can see there's like over like 100 books here. Mantak Chia. If you're coming here for anything, go here for Mantak Chia books. So Mantak Chia is here, and I'm just gonna like click on that, and then that opens up in a new window, or I'll just download it real quick, and it's like to your mobile devices as well. So I think that is downloading. If it did do that, it takes a second, I guess. But it looks like it will open up into a new window, and then you can actually continue to read the books there. So yeah, I'm just gonna pull that up. I think it's So again, guys, this has been a part of the website for a while. But again, I think it's state the obvious as to why this is hidden. And so I just want you guys to be like mindful of the fact that this exists, to share those who you feel would benefit from it, and to really be aware of like how to use it by being able to download this information. It's PDF on Awakening Healing Energy by Mantak Chia. This book is available, so I encourage you, if you like really enjoy it, find this book, order it online. Anything by Mantak Chia is freaking just like next level stuff. So here you can learn about awakening chi, preparing to cultivate chi energy, beginning the orbit, opening the front channels. I'm just reading the chapter titles. Beginning the opening the microcosmic orbit. And there's like so much. There's Mantak Chia there for those of you on video. Again, you can look up Mantak Chia, MANTAKCHIA, and through there's just like so much valuable information there. So again, if you're looking for the hidden library, right at the bottom of the page where it says "Open your eyes to reclaim your prize," click the link. Go to the part with the password, enter in Kashik, and you will find it there. I may change the password for that in the future, but that's what it is for the time being. So yeah, so that's that, guys. And I hopefully for those of you listening to it, that will give you some like extra awesome stuff to be able to incorporate into your journey. So yeah, any thoughts and feedbacks on a variety of the things that we mentioned there, not just the hidden library, but any of the stuff, just opening up the mics in general. So yay, books.
Dude, you are the man. Books on books. I can't wait.
On books. Awesome, man.
Yeah.
Sweet. And again, shout out. I just like want to be able to like honor the source and shout out to like the people who write these books, right? Like obviously some of them you can't find physically. So it's like this toss up between like legal moral ethics versus getting information out there. And that's why it's hosted off the main website on Mediafire and stuff like that. But it's just like, you know, Napster was a revolution in itself, and I think sharing knowledge is also something that has to undergo several revolutions. Yet at the same time, reminding you and encouraging you to like support artists who you value and everything for their work, because that helps create more work. So with that said, like I said, it's 12 o'clock right now, 12:11. I know a few guys are going to be leaving soon, and I know a couple people did have to head out. Shout out to Beth. Gabe, how are you doing, man? I just want to be able to check in with you and let me know if you got to head out soon. You're on mute right now, or do I got you muted on the back end? Yeah, I got. Okay, there you go. Go ahead. You're good.
No, yeah, I'll stick around for a little bit more. I'm good to go, but I could feel myself getting a little bit more tired. But yeah, I'm good for a little while, for sure.
Cool. Sweet. Okay, cool, guys. Sweet. Okay, so with that said, guys, really just kind of recap on a lot of this stuff, you know, like find paradigm shift communities where you are, help start paradigm shift communities, help create conscious media. Another thing that like I was mentioning before is the new video that I did of the Women's March. That was like a really powerful way of documenting a story and being able to put out a powerful message of love and things like that. So with that said, I just kind of want to be able to like step things back a bit and just kind of like ask you guys like, how are we feeling? How are we feeling as a collective? Where are you guys like sort of like feeling the inspiration is right now? So I mean, let's step back. Let's talk like a little bit global. Let's just take a moment here to look at what the world looks like without having to get like too much into politics and cymatics and stuff like that. Cymatics? No, let's talk about cymatics.
Let's talk about
semantics.
Semantics.
Yeah, I love cymatics. Talk about semantics. Yeah, open mic if anybody just kind of wants to like share anything on just like how does the world look to you right now, guys, and you know what do we feel needs to be done, kind of thing. So maybe Brandon, do you want to?
Yeah,
okay, Brandon, and then Adriano, and then anybody else will pass.
Like from what I've been seeing, just like on social media, is I think everyone can see it is we're all getting divided. We're getting divided by our ideas, and there's people are so passionate about, you know, being on the left or being on the right that they will get to the extremes where they start calling each other names and just start putting each other down. And I was talking about earlier before it started, you know, I noticed somebody posted a very hateful thing about the Women's March and was talking, you know, just spouting all hateful things like, why are you doing this? Like, it's worse in other countries, so you should just like sit down and don't say anything, you know. And I got in there and I was, you know, like with best love and, you know, that I could, you know, try to explain, hey, this is, you know, just to try to get them to see a different perspective. This is why they're voicing opinion. and it's not a bad thing that they're doing this. And I think like even just like by doing that, even if it's just one or two people that see that or read it, it's opening their mind to something different, and kind of bringing people closer together versus a spread apart. Because that's what I'm afraid is what I'm seeing is people are just going so spread apart. So I think if you have the time and you see something on your timeline on Facebook or something, and someone's like spewing hate that's just dividing people, like try to get in there, like, and not let that hate and anger like get into your heart, and try to like push that love like out there, and get people to be like, hey, without name calling or trying to make someone feel dumb, just pull out some facts and be like, hey, like this is what's going on, this is why they're upset, and try to understand their point of view. So that's just something I've been noticing is this huge divide in ideas, and instead of just recognizing it as ideas, people are attaching themselves to that group and then pushing people away that aren't attached to that group. So we just really need to focus on that. And like I said, I think if any time you can have the time to just say something like with peace and love, it goes a long way.
Totally, man. Totally. And yeah, I would like to sort of be able to just like what you were talking about there about the Women's March. I do want to just be able to talk to you guys for a moment as a collective. Let's see what we can say about it as to how we feel the Women's March fits within the collective consciousness. So, I mean, again, within the video that I made, again, you can find it through the website. Check it out under Shifting Power Through Love, which is summarizing it very well because it's like all about alchemy. It's not just about the rise of the feminine. It's also about the rise of the masculine. And even though this is like a problem women are experiencing, it is also men and women who have to solve it through the terms of like teaching respect to future generations and everything. But yeah, just taking a moment here because that was a big thing that happened, like the largest march, protest, rally in U.S. in history, and even in some places really big in America and all across the world. General thoughts. What were your guys' thoughts on the Women's March, and like how do you feel that sort of fits in with the bigger story that we're living right now? Sorry, I know Adriano, you want to go before, and whether it's about the Women's March or not, I
can incorporate it for sure. I mean, I know we don't want to get too political, but it's hard not to in the time that we're living in right now. I mean, in the United States, there's just like so much energy moving and so much consciousness being thrown around right now. And of course, there's a lot of fear because that's, fear always has its place. But I mean, the feminine rising, you can see it directly. Like there's no more hiding it now. In my city alone, 20,000 people marched here. It was the largest protest in St. Petersburg ever. And for me, I feel like that was a perfect symbol of the divine feminine rising, but how this old paradigm is still there. And, the first day, his inauguration day, there was a Black Bloc protest. The anti-capitalist protested, and they did it through different means, different language, different symbology, right? Destroy the old, we're ready for the new. They destroy capitalism, that's why they smash windows. It's very symbolic. A lot of people get upset. I know everybody wants to be loved and peaceful, but when you are, when you're prosecuted against your entire life and you feel that the entire system is against you, you get frustrated, and it's easy to just want to break things, and it's a symbol. I respect it. A lot of people disagree with it. I respect their viewpoint. I can understand why they do it. They didn't hurt anybody. They're just smashing the symbol of what corporations symbolize, So
I didn't think about that.
Yeah. So, anyways, that being said, I feel like what like you were saying like earlier, like there's this division, right? There's people who protest a little bit more violently, and then there's the Women's March was much more peaceful, much more about love being risen, and what was more effective. Like, what are we thinking was the solution? How do we want to go about shifting the paradigm? Do we want to do it through love, or do we want to get frustrated and angry and just break shit? And I had a dream. I sound like Martin Luther King. Oh my God. I had a dream, but in this dream, I was like in a paradigm shift situation where I was with a group of friends. I mentioned this earlier. We weren't live, but I had a dream about the Beatles, and that we started to sing the Beatles, "All You Need Is Love." And as we started singing, the crowd started to grow and grow, and we started to get into that love vibration. And I mean, when you're riding that wave, it's like it's one of the most powerful waves in the universe. You know what I mean? That's the love wave. And, you know, hopefully the revolution goes through that, and hopefully we pull it off. I still have a lot of faith in people. I still believe in communities, and I believe people will take care of one another, but there's going to be some ugliness involved for sure. Yeah. And who knows, you know, who knows how quickly it comes, who knows how quickly this shift comes, or how long it's going to take. But, you know, this guy as president, he's reckless, you know, and it's just scary times in the United States right now.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, a lot of uncertainty right now. But again, you know, I think that's a lot of also opportunity for reflection and growth and everything like that. Yes, Adriano, thank you. I think, Evan, you had your mic open before. Did you want to jump in on the Women's March topic? What your thoughts are?
One of the things I heard someone else say is that people kind of forgot that we can protest and that we have a word. And when we come together, and whatever the reason is for it, we can make a word and talk about what we're upset about as a collective. And I think this protest was just it's a huge catalyst, and it's going to be like the start of a big thing going on that we're not comprehending yet. Like I feel like there's going to be a lot more protests soon to come, and a lot of change coming from that, and like protests talking about how we don't want GMOs and all these things that we talk about in this sort of community to stop these things from happening that we don't want anymore. And like, we've woken up, and now what are we going to do as a collective to do it? And I think that protests and other similar things are the way to do that.
And Brendan, I just want to give you one more shout out. I just want to give you one more shout out, man, because that presentation that you just did with this technology that you're using, that shit, you're on the next level, man. And I mean, this is what we need. We need communities like this. We need a place where we're talking about freedom of speech might disappear in America. I mean, they're getting to the point where they're trying to shut down environmental agencies and not release scientific facts to the people. It's like, you know, I'm not trying to dive into fear, and I'm not trying to dive into negativity. I'm just reflecting on what I'm seeing. You know what I mean? And like, imagine this, you know, like this is a safe space, man. Like anybody is welcome to join this community and speak and open their heart up without fear of judgment or anything. You know what I mean? Like you can come on here and express your ideals, and people are going to listen to you. You know what I mean? And it's like places like that you know, who knows if there's going to be places like that. You know, like we have free speech zones in America. It's like, what is that about? You know what I mean? How we like, I don't know. I'm sorry to dive into fear. I don't want that to be the topic of discussion, but it is what we're seeing. It's what's being shown to us in the mainstream media. And I just want to say is thank you for having a space like this. And the fact that you're turning it into like a gamification and making it fun, that's what's going to get people intrigued and on this love vibration that you're giving out. You know what I mean? And I wish we had more technology. Like I don't know who you're working with, who your software guys or who your tech people, but man, like if they could implement you into some really, you know, one-touch mobile equipment and different apps that can get a lot more people connected like quickly, that would be amazing. You know, if like you could have people sign up through their Facebook on your website, that would be incredible to make the sign-up process a little bit. I know you have really interesting questions on there that like make it unique to your profile, but if there's a way to link it up and make it a little bit more user-friendly, I think a lot more people would join the community, and it can multiply faster. So I don't know if it's just you doing the software, but like, man, I don't know.
Just real quick on that.
Sure.
The back-end website stuff, like that's all me. The website, I don't like build the website from scratch. It's using a platform called ning.com. It's not the best platform, but we've made the most of it by combining like all sorts of like hack jobs to it and everything. You know, just combining all the tools that we have. But at the same time, and I kind of mentioned this before, Adriano, like kind of having the questions and stuff with the group, it's kind of there as a gate to sort of like prevent the community from getting too big too fast. Because if people were to sign up through Facebook, like odds are like people would sign up and then we would never hear from them again. Whereas like we kind of want to slowly build a team that's going to be more core focused, and we honestly don't want this to get too big too fast, or else it you know, like suddenly people don't know like what the rules are or what the game is. Yeah. So we kind of want like that core group that can kind of lead by example a lot in that way. I mean, honestly, just, and we'll get back to the women's thing, but I mean, being able to like get a broadcast like this out there is like a thing in itself, and that's why I'm always inviting and encouraging you guys to help with sharing it. I would love if these broadcasts would like easily reach, you know, 100 plus people within the live aspect of it. Right now we're clocking in at an average of about 20 people tuned in live, which it's people, it's a lot, and you know, like everyone who's here is supposed to be here, but the technology with like the Facebook and the YouTube, just the way how their algorithms work together, it is very challenging unless you have a page that already has like millions of views, millions of likes, to be able to get broadcasts like this out there. But again, people are going to find it when they're ready for it. And it, you know, the beautiful thing about this project is that one shifter in one location is that portal to create that ripple, to create that community. So like, we don't need 5,000 shifters, but if we have 500 each in individual locations, boom, you know, like that's like the cell effect sort of thing.
That's all, I mean, that's amazing, man. Like you already do so much work in itself. I mean, you're a filmmaker, you go out, you do free hugs, you lead meditations, and like to think that you're also doing the software side, that's, I mean, I just applaud you, man, because like you're doing an amazing job. And I mean, I think this community is just really valuable. And I'm surprised that nobody in St. Pete, this area, is linked up to this, because this is like important topics we're talking about. And these are things that I know people in this area would like. And I feel like this is an important time for these type of communities to be strengthened. You know what I mean? Because what the alternative is a lot scarier, and there's a lot of hate out there right now. So we need a place like this to spread love and to be open with one another.
I wanted to chime in a little bit about like the fear and the hate and stuff. And for us, I think it's easier for us to notice the hate more than it is for us to notice the love. I think I think you'll scroll past something that you already agree with because you're preaching to the choir. It doesn't really strike your interest. But once you see something that's super hateful, it fires a red flag. It's like, oh, what's this? It has my attention now. So I'm saying that I think however much fear there is or hateful, I think there's more love. We're just not noticing it as much as the hate, because that's what's sparking it. Like, oh, this is taboo. This isn't what I'm used to. Versus whenever you're seeing posts you're used to, you know, like I'm saying, you're more likely to scroll past it. So
it's like love is a more subtle vibration. And hate, like those inflammatory posts, always they try to catch you, you know, and you get sucked in.
Exactly.
Yeah, we have a fear negativity bias. Sorry, Evan, 1 second. I'm going to pass it to you. I just want to, Amanda's going to head out, so we're just going to pass over to Amanda for her to say goodbye and any quick thoughts you might want to share, considering, yeah, I'm not sure I'm not sure if Michelle's around, but you may be the last female.
I am the last female in the female march discussion. Yes. But I appreciate that all of you guys are so like in tune with all of this, because that's the way it's supposed to be. But my thought was actually not related to the Women's March at all. It was just in general for all of us who are trying to create this conscious shift as we're trying to serve others. I read a post about this yesterday, that we all need to take care of ourselves as well and not deplete ourselves to the point that we're in service so much that we're depleted to the point that the quote I used as my tagline was, an empty well cannot serve others. So on that note, I'm going to go to bed and sleep. So good night, everyone. It was fantastic, and I will see you all again soon.
Good night. Sleep.
Awesome. Thanks again, Amanda. Sweet. Awesome. Yeah, I'd love to know if Michelle may be around. She may be in the background. She like left her Hangout on, so we may see like if anything, a cat will just walk past at some point, and then we'll know. But yeah, okay. So going back to the discussion, we're talking about fear. We're talking about alchemy. We're talking about, you know, just like what the march means and things like that. Evan, go ahead. You wanted to mention a few things.
Yeah. So there are a couple things I wanted to say about fear. Like, we are spiritual beings, but we're also like, we are living a human experience, and we are animals. So like, we have instincts, and, you know, like, we were trained by whatever you want to call it. I'm just going to use the word evolution. even though I don't fully believe like the scientific beliefs behind evolution. I do believe evolution in the sense that, like, we're trained to, oh, if there's a fire coming, you're gonna have that instinct to run away. You know, you have that fear state of mind, and it like hits something in your brain that's like, oh shit, I gotta run, and then that fear pushes you. So I think that's why like news and stuff, that's all they put out there is fear, is because we have that like, it sends us back to that lower state of being where we're like, oh my god, there's fear, there's something I need to worry about, something might happen. And most of that stuff never even happens at all. And then another thing I wanted to say was, like, the light is shining, like the light is literally shining and getting brighter here, and light is shining on all these dark things that have been hidden away for so long. And there is a lot of fucking crazy stuff that we have no idea about, like Pizzagate. That shit's fucking insane. And there's gonna be probably crazier stuff than that we're gonna hear about. And I think, like, as this community, we need to also help other people and just not get into that fear state of mind and realize that we can change this stuff. Like, the light is shining on it for a reason at this time, so that we can change it and be like, realize that we are the change that can make that happen, you know? So, totally. Yeah, I thought I'd just share that.
For sure, man, for sure. And we've definitely, like, it's a common, recently, within the past, like, you know, like 3 months, this topic has been coming up time and time again. It's just like, oh my God, we're seeing all this horrible shit, but let's look at it, let's fix it, let's alchemize it, let's, like, you know, decide what it is that we want to create in the future, knowing that this is something that we don't want. And yeah, I mean, there's like there's almost like ways of how to manifest and how to change, and I feel like you can really get into sort of almost like the hermetic principles if you really want to kind of break down what it is that we're actually doing. Gabe and Dana are about to actually head out for the night. Gabe, we're going to pass it over to you, and any thoughts that you might want to share on this. I don't know if does this have anything to do with aliens and starseeds? Does the Women's March, you know, what are they thinking as they look in on this, and is this all part of the divine plan? Give us something to go out on, Gabe.
I mean, you know, it all has to do with everything, and though I share a lot of information about that kind of stuff, I only share that information to bring it back down here and to apply it however, in whatever way is most relevant and most exciting for the individual. And in terms of all this stuff, in my experience of creating a lot of stuff to assist in shifting the paradigm, it really comes down to a very simple formula of tuning into yourself and creating that which is the most resonant to you, that which is the most exciting, and inevitably that ripples out and shifts consciousness in a really prolific way. And a lot of times we can't necessarily always see the change that we're creating by following our own unique resonance. And that's really in my experience what the journey comes down to. It's just tuning into what you're excited about, what feels really truly representative of who you are, and then just doing that, just moving in that direction. And I feel that the more we do that as a collective, the more that we'll start to see a drastic acceleration with the shift in consciousness. And I mean, all of these things, the Women's March, all of this stuff is really beautiful because it's all a sign that things are shifting. And well, it's super incredible to be a part of it at this really significant window of time. Do you have anything to say about that, Dane?
I definitely agree with Gabe, you know, on a lot of what he just said. I think that there's like a big difference between like acknowledging something and then like reacting to it, because when you live out of like a reactionary state, then that will actually impede you from being able to, like Gabe said, follow your true excitement, like listen to you and bring you into the world, you know, instead of like responding to something, because then you're letting something outside of yourself dictate your life's trajectory, you know, and that will actually in the long run stifle you from being able to contribute your unique gifts and talents that only you can share. So that's kind of my perspective on a lot of it.
Yeah, it seems to be a unique and interesting balance between taking inspired action, but taking inspired action not from being emotionally charged from it, but rather just from a place of pure love, neutrality, and knowing that from that higher state of consciousness, from that state of viewing everything as a whole, you can actually contribute in a much deeper way.
Yeah. But I think that's really all I have to say.
Yeah, a lot of it's been covered by what has been said in the past 5 minutes. Really.
It's been really interesting to hear everybody's perspective on a lot of that stuff too, which is cool. Yeah.
Cool.
Sorry, I'm really tired. I don't know if I can.
Well, this is where we like get into that zone where we just like start channeling without trying to channel or something like that. It's just like oh, yeah.
Can I say one thing to these guys?
Yeah, of course.
Yeah, Gabriel, go ahead.
You're incredible, and you have blown my mind tonight. And I feel like you guys are just a little bit younger than me, but man, it's like this whole starseed thing. And I mean, I was reading about things like this, 4 or 5 years ago, and I feel like to see you guys evolving and to see the youth coming up, and like you guys are so advanced already, man. And it blows my mind. Like it really blows my mind to see like you guys are you can see humanity evolving. You can see how the technology is evolving. You can see how our consciousness is evolving. And it's just incredible to see it in you guys. So thank you. Thank you
thank you so much, man. We really appreciate that. And feel free to add us on Facebook, man. We love getting that.
Yeah, I think we linked up already. So right on, man. Have a great night, you guys.
Yeah, thank you so much. Yeah. And Brendan, of course, as always, man, you're just incredible. And I love
thank you guys.
These gatherings. And yeah, thank you so much for hosting them and your presentation. And well, of course, we'll probably talk tomorrow. So
for sure, man, for sure. Yeah, a lot of stuff coming down the pipe that we'll be able to collaborate on, and I know you guys got some new videos and events, and you guys are going to be busy in the next bit when you're traveling down south for the festival that you're going to be involved with, which is awesome. And let us know how that goes. I just wanted to ask you just real quick to pick your brain, because we've kind of talked about it, but we didn't specify, and there's always going to be new people tuning in like just like a concise form. What does being a starseed mean to you, and do you consider yourself a starseed?
Sure. Well, there's many perspectives on that. Once again, I will try to be as concise as possible. So essentially, a starseed is a being that understands himself to be primarily from the 6th density energy. So right now we're shifting into 4th density. Primarily, starseeds are beings that tend to gravitate anywhere between later stages of 4th and 6th density, and that they are part of a galactic council whose primary objective it is to essentially go to different planets who the sentient species of that planet is ready to shift into the greater galactic community. So we essentially place a portion of our consciousness back in time, or back into a lower state of consciousness, in order to accelerate the process of evolution. And so because a lot of starseeds, I guess you could say like our genetics are more hybridized in that sense. We create a link between the human consciousness and more foreign forms of extraterrestrial consciousness. That's my most concise thing that I could say, I think.
It's incredible. You guys are incredible.
Thanks.
Thank you guys.
Sweet, man. And again, you know, like I think that's a really exciting thing, is that like here within Earth is like this super exciting university, and we've all shown up, and we're all like having a wonderful time in university together, and we're partying hard and stuff like that. And you know, and literally, you know, like when you think about it, it would make sense that beings from across the universe have come to Earth at this one time. It's kind of like this place where, say, the universe like evolves on like a million other planets throughout the galaxy, and then its intention is to take like bits and pieces of those million little planets and to put them on one planet, yet live in this illusion where we all forget that we're from that planet, yet slowly we remember that we're from different planets, and even still we bring our like roots down to the Earth and connect with who we are. So it's not just about like saying I'm a starseed and I'm from somewhere else and no one's going to understand me, but it's like, how can I bring that understanding of myself and root that knowledge into the Earth so that I become like an Earth seed as much as I am a starseed as well?
Yeah, I just something real quick. You actually can't understand the full potential of your starseed nature until you begin to anchor that into Earth, because until you actually start to filter in that higher dimensional information, you can't access those higher states. So the confusion a lot of times is people take that idea of a starseed and they use it to kind of like check out, to access these higher states. But the process actually works the exact opposite way. The more that you become grounded here, the more that you're able to become a clear channel for that information. So for anyone that knows themselves to be a starseed, or there's a lot of terminology, light worker, all these things, tune into what you're excited about and begin to ground that into this reality so that you can automatically, as a byproduct, open up to more of those higher dimensional things.
Absolutely. I seem to have way more contact when I'm like fully immersed in a creative endeavor than when I'm just like, I don't know, meditating all day.
Yeah.
Which I don't have time for anymore.
Yeah.
Yeah. And you know what? Again, you know, like the thing that I love about this project, and sorry for keeping you guys up for another hour because it's going to happen. I hope you're ready for it. But just real quick, I just wanted to say is that, you know, like kind of what we were talking about before, everyone's kind of got different keys. Everyone's kind of got different abilities. Everyone's at different helms of the ship, managing different things. Some people, it's going to be their conscious experience where contact is going to be like a part of their reality. And for some people, it may not be as much a part of their reality, but that is still totally cool. You know, like I know Dane and Gabe and you guys, you talk about like, just like within dreams, how you're like interacting with other entities and just like even through just like other types of channeling and things like that. For myself, it's not entirely the same story, but at the same time, like that doesn't make me like jealous or envious, because at the same time, I know that those are all human experiences that we can all open ourselves up to in time when the time is right for us. And if anything, if we haven't experienced them yet, it's not to say like, oh, like I must be broken or I can't do it. In some ways, it's almost like a higher threshold of our consciousness that is waiting until the time is right for us to have those things brought into our own narrative, you know? So it's like, it's not that contact is like off the table for you, but maybe it will show up when you're like 40 years old or something like that. And honestly, being patient about it is like important. Dane, go ahead.
Yeah, I was gonna say, like, for me, like my own personal journey, when I began to like really, I don't know, when my contact experiences really began to ramp up, I wasn't like asking for it or anything. It just started to happen. And I was just like, well, okay, I guess gotta integrate this somehow.
And the way, I mean, you brought up a really good point in the way that I experience it, and I think Dane would agree. You know, some people really connect to the extraterrestrial energy. Some people connect to the elven energy. These are all
angelic energy.
Right. These are all different archetypes that are contained within us.
And they're all related. They're all one and the same. It's just looking at it from different perspectives.
Yeah, and what I was gonna say is that it comes through this filter, this like galactic filter for us, because it's relevant for it to come through that expression. So it comes to us in the form of having these contact experience, because to the higher self, it's exciting to present the information in that context and in that flavor. For a lot of people, they might not be aware that these things are happening because it might not be in their best interest to bring it through that filter. So just like something to keep in mind, like all these energies are the same, and it might come through in a different context for you, because that is how your higher self wants you to interface with it.
Yeah, that's so
the way
wild
that
Dane said that contact comes like whenever he's in a creative state. I mean, I don't, like one time I was producing music and I was baked out of my mind, straight barbecued, and I had this idea, and the idea was that extraterrestrials like create music through us. And I don't know if I was just like high or what, but I even wrote it down. I wrote it down on a piece of paper. I wrote aliens create music through us. And then like I was just like the next day I just like was like, what? I was just stoned or something, like what? But I really felt some truth to it, like, and I never brought it up until you said something, because like I just thought maybe I was just like too stoned or something.
Too philosopher stoned.
And I think Brendan talked about this before in one of the hangouts that I was a part of. I think it might have been the first one actually, but you said like, you know, you can either like get high in waking reality, or you can, you know, be high in the dream. Because I've noticed a correlation for me. Like I don't smoke weed anymore, but when I used to use cannabis, it used to like really interfere with my ability to recall dreams and things like that. And I think it's because you kind of tap into that dreamy state of consciousness in your waking reality. And so it might have just been really transparent for you. in the midst of that experience, like what was going on, what forces were at work through you.
Right.
Because I've had experiences where I'm like literally on ships and things, and I'm doing automations like I would be in my DAW, like in Ableton or FL or something like that. It's literally like a higher dimensional like representation of that, like prepping my consciousness to, or something like that. You know, like that's how I'm.
No, I hear you.
I'm prepping my consciousness to do that here, or like bridging the gap between those realities. So
it's like they're considerate. They're considerate. They only show themselves whenever they know you're ready.
yeah.
And they're just as curious about Earth as we are here. So oftentimes when we're in that creative flow, they see it as like an interdimensional portal or window of opportunity to, for a brief moment, just experience life through your eyes. And if you have a soul connection with some of these higher dimensional beings, they have the energetic permission to be able to do that.
Right.
And so it's quite interesting.
Yeah, we're like keys. You know how you said, you know, each of us has a key? We're also literally keys to the living library of Earth. I don't know if you've heard of Barbara Marciniak, but she puts that concept really nicely in a lot of her writings. But like literally, we are like the access point for extraterrestrial and higher dimensional consciousness to be able to interface with Earth, and be able to like experience it through us. So like we have some soul connections and contracts and things that
again, you know, just kind of just like kind of like building a more like full visual imagery of this. Again, it's kind of getting into the idea that, you know, we look at the world, we look at the physical, we think aliens are up in space and stuff like that, but we have to remember that the internet, the intranet inside of us is the access point to all this information, you know, because we're just kind of like, where does it come from, you know? And we're just thinking of like radars and stuff like that, and signals and things. Those analogies work as well, but at the same time, it's like this hyper access point that's inside of us, because like it's understanding that our body the human body is like one of the most advanced technological devices within the universe right now. Not to say that there aren't ones that are more advanced, but like we have like a lot of sort of like different abilities from probably previous like life forms, and you know, the universe was kind of playing around, and it kind of took different points and different parts and created us, and then it made us forget what we were, and then we're slowly unlocking these abilities, and we realize like what's actually capable within us. But again, you know, it's really cool, because when we're talking about like starseed connections and stuff, it's this basic idea that like, you are a conduit for universal energy. And so like that universal energy can come from a single alien up on a spaceship. I mean, you know, it's like, how do you even determine where it's fully coming from? All you know is where it is coming out of, which is you. It can be like, you know, it can be like a single, just real quick, it's like, it could be like a single alien on a spaceship who's just like logging into the Earth net and, you know, trying to connect with you. Or it could be like an entire community of aliens who are like sending you a song that kind of comes through you. But again, essentially it's understanding that like those parts of ourselves, like those are all consciousness doing what it can to help wake itself up. So like the shift on Earth is not just something where it's only happening as a result of like our efforts here on Earth, but it's also a result of like a galactic cosmic interaction that we don't fully have like exact like full comprehension of, but the mystery of it is the nature of it. The mystery and the doubt of the alien phenomena, the Sasquatch phenomena, the DMT realms, the gnomes, the elves. Mystery is a part of the nature, because if there was certainty, then I don't think like that would like stop the Fibonacci spiral like viral that's a good word from spinning. So but again, you know, like it's something where a lot of it has to come with like intuition, and even, you know, you're just talking about like surrounding yourself in like white light and sort of like checking in with like your own process of being a gate and a filter for things you want to come through, because we're talking about a lot of the positive stuff of like, let's tap into our ET friends and have stuff come through. If the positive stuff can come through, then you get into the idea of like, well, you know, maybe some stuff can come through that's like not super awesome. And at the same time, once you understand that that's a possibility, that actually helps you understand the predicament that the world is in, when you actually get into the idea that the human consciousness has in some ways been hijacked by like other extra dimensional entities in some ways. So I mean, you know, people talk about that and, you know, refer to them as like demons or whatever. It's all these different types of energies and things like that. And it's not, you know, be aware of it, but use it as like empowerment to bring the sovereignty back into yourself, to say like, you know, like I am in control of like kind of what my communication opens up into, and like what I'm allowing to interface with me and everything like that. And that can be as simple as like setting mantras, setting intentions, visualizing white light in front of you and everything, and just becoming more in tune with your own like filtering and intuition. And yeah, and just like the last thing I'll say here, and I'll pass it over to Gabe. Yeah, again, you know, no, I think that's about it. Gabe, go ahead.
I'm not sure I have anything else to say.
Okay, yeah.
Well, hey, but actually, before y'all go, I just wanted to give you
Okay.
like some insight. Maybe y'all might know like what had happened, but I blasted off. I hit this DMT like on a dab nail, right? And instantly this being like went. It was a white, just straight white light came left and right in front of me, and then came up into my third eye. Pulled away, like, and I was scared. Yeah, he was pulling me into something, and I was scared. So he pulled me back out, and then he pulled me back in. And then whenever this thing felt that I was ready, it blasted me in to this huge like dimension. It looked like a torus. It was a huge torus where I could see all the souls and feel all the souls. And I felt like I had died, and I felt like this place that I went to is where, you know, we all go. So like I felt like eventually I'm going to feel everything that you felt whenever I pass away. You're going to feel everything that I felt. I'm going to feel everything that everyone in this chat room felt. So it doesn't matter like what body we are in here in this physical dimension. We're going to feel everything once we pass away into that next dimension. And I know it was something extraterrestrial that did it. You know, like I'm not creative enough to paint a picture of what I saw. You know, so, and I definitely feel like it was something that's always there. It's like, I feel like these extraterrestrials are always there. They're always just like in that dimension that's like in your mind almost.
Yeah. Well, a lot of, you know, higher dimensional beings who don't take on a physical body in a temporal incarnation don't experience linear time like we do. They operate under different parameters, and they're much more in tune with the idea of like being an eternal being.
A lot of times too. Well, first of all, what you were tuning into is the higher that you go up in vibration, the more that you are able to access the template level of reality. And in that level, it's very transparent that everything is in fact connected, that everything is in fact one. And a lot of times when you're interacting with beings, not only are the beings that you're interacting with assisting you on that subtle level, but that sensation that this being has always been there is oftentimes a reflection or a manifestation of you witnessing the fact that spirit, that existence itself, is always with you. And in that moment, the totality of spirit was manifesting in this being. So oftentimes, like when you meet someone and you feel you have such a soul connection with them, yes, it could be true that you might have explored other realms with their soul, but a lot of times what we're feeling is we're seeing the God in someone else, and therefore it seems that that person or that being is familiar because we're actually seeing a reflection of ourselves.
That makes sense.
And so we see ourselves and we go, oh wow, that's me. You seem so familiar because you're me, and that's God, and it's all here and now. And
I got chills. I got chills, dude. That makes a lot more sense. That makes a lot more sense for sure.
Yeah.
Holy cow!
Yeah.
I got chills, man.
And when you're interacting,
Go ahead, Gabe.
when you're interacting with these beings, and you might go, and you might ask them who they are, they will go, I'm you. And then you go, well, how does that work? And from their perspective, everything is them. You are them, and they are everything. And so that's the way in which they operate. And sometimes that can be hard for the human mind to comprehend, but that's literally the way in which these higher dimensional entities, they operate. They just understand everything is a part of themselves.
That makes perfect sense, dude. Thank you for that insight.
Yeah, Gabe, thank you guys.
Yeah, of course.
And again, you know, like honestly, like this type of conversation here for me is stuff that I get really, really like my chakras get all fired up about it and stuff like that. If I put it that way. Because again, you know, like this is the stuff that gets really exciting, because I feel like, you know, we're talking about like social protests and we're talking about marches and we're talking about what's happening in the physical, yet parallel to this is there's this very multidimensional aspect of our story where we are waking up into like this bigger spectrum of what we are, and being able to talk about it is so important. And again, what Brandon was sharing there with like his DMT experience, and again, if people aren't familiar with DMT, it's a, you know, chemical that is produced within the brain naturally during sleep, during death, and during birth. Yet it can also be like smoked, and when smoked, it's like a highly potent psychedelic experience that lasts for only a few minutes, but is like one of the most potent experiences. And again, like when you're doing it, it literally kind of like sends your consciousness into a whole nother spectrum of reality. Yet when you're there, you're actually able to like see reality with like the code of the matrix right in front of you, and to be able to see other intelligent entities and to have those interfaces where you're just like, oh my God, like kind of what we were saying, you might see a light being, but you realize that light being is another extension of you, and you're having this whole like hyper transmission of knowledge and data being shared. What I created this project for was knowing that back when I started back in 2009, I knew that more and more people were going to start having these experiences. So I wanted to be able to like create a place where we would be able to like document it, be able to share about it, be able to talk about it, and then be able to integrate that understanding, so we can actually be able to wrap our head around like what it means, who we are, and how that actually empowers us like within this bigger mission of like creating art and shifting consciousness and things like that. So again, you know, like I think it's just like super freaking exciting to be able to hear people sharing their experiences, such as what Brandon was just sharing, and say like, you know, like literally like I was in another space and I saw like a torus that mapped out the entire like cosmos of the universe and stuff like that, right? Like that's not stuff people just make up. Those are real human experiences, not the ones that you see on CNN news, but are equally important and are helping us like connect more with like just so much of what this story is about. Yeah. So thank you, and shout out to you guys for being a part of that. One thing I just want to put out there real quick, because I was listening to it. I'll just put out two ideas, and Gabe and you guys, if you guys can stick around for another hour, that'd be perfect. 2 hours would be awesome. No, it's not, like seriously, just probably 10 minutes at that. Okay, I was just gonna say one thing real quick. The Philosopher's Stone. Some of you might have heard me mention this within the broadcast that I did when I was working out the other day. It was like a live Q&A. I just mentioned it real quick. This was something that came into my spectrum, and I'd heard it before, but I just reheard it. Shout out to a guy named Seven Bomar. If you guys haven't checked out Seven Bomar, go check him out. Look up Astral Quest. I think it's astralquest.com or secretenergy.com. He's got a lot of super awesome stuff. It's really similar to Paradigm Shift in a lot of ways about media and everything. He was reiterating a point that I just want to reiterate for you guys. The concept of the Philosopher's Stone. We hear this a lot, and a lot of times it's shrouded in mystery, and we're not really sure like what it is actually referring to. And you know, that's kind of the idea. The idea that it's called the Philosopher's Stone creates this image that it is actually a physical thing that we're seeking. You know, it's something that we could find in a temple somewhere on an adventure with Indiana Jones. The Philosopher's Stone, what it's actually referring to, is the crystallization process and the calcification of the soul. And that in itself is like a process that actually the Philosopher's Stone refers to the higher conscious ability that we step into, where we are able to maintain our consciousness from one lifetime to the next. That is the Philosopher's Stone, or at least one way to think about it. That is the Philosopher's Stone, to be able to achieve the ability to maintain your conscious identity or awareness in some spectrum from one lifetime to the next. So like that's kind of why it's like this highly up there, like adept thing that only a few people have achieved or know about and seek. And yet that in itself, just knowing that that's a thing, is like something to be able to prepare ourselves for within this lifetime. A lot of people, like monks and stuff in the past, and this idea has always fascinated me, they would live this life preparing for death. They would live this life. So when the moment came for them to go into death, like that one more final DMT trip, like they would go into it, not where it's just like, whoa, am I dying? Oh, I think I'm dying. Is that a light? And then they just go into it and that's it. But rather they consciously go into it and they're just like, okay, like my consciousness is expanding. I know what I am feeling. I am opening myself up. And then they maintain their consciousness, much like a lucid dream where you wake up within a dream, you maintain your consciousness into the death process. And this is kind of a side thing, but it gets into this idea of like the light at the end of the tunnel that you see when you're dying as an idea. And I'll just plant that seed as an idea. Some people talk about not going into the light. how going into the light is actually like a process. And I don't want to like say what it is and what it isn't, because some people will say like, oh, that's where like the soul like gets like recycled or something like that. But if you don't go into the light when you die, there is more for you to explore. Like you can actually like kind of like look to the left and look to the right, and there's like a whole nother like aspect of the galaxy where you can kind of like step off this path and begin exploring kind of like as an astral being. So again, it's just an idea. It's just an idea to play around with. It's a thought for food, you know, if it makes sense, explore it more. So I just wanted to put that out there. And then just another thing that I just want to mention real quick, and you guys can talk about any of these things, is the process of darkness meditation. And the ability that we as humans actually have, you know, so we were talking about our abilities to like blast off into astral dimensions, and we're talking about how we can do this through dreaming, through death, through birth, through DMT, psychedelics. Another way that we can do this naturally is when we go into a darkness meditation for like more than 6 days. So like 6 to 10 days, because once you go into that darkness, literally pure darkness, and they have places in like other parts of the world, in Thailand, Mantak Chia actually runs a place where they do this, where people go into darkness meditation. It's in like a hotel, and they have people helping them, and lights are completely off, and they're like fasting at the same time if they choose to. What actually happens is by about the 5th day or the 6th day, the brain actually starts producing more melatonin. And then once it produces that, it actually goes into the next stage where it actually begins to produce the content. There's a word for it. It's like it's kind of relative to pineal. It's like in the same way melatonin is like related to that, it's like the peleotonin or something. Like, I'm not making this up. Like, it's actually a thing. I just can't remember exactly what it's called. But so it goes like melatonin, peleotonin, and then from there it gets into the process of like excreting what you can almost think of as like the natural DMT. And so that is where, as that is actually happening, you can naturally like go into this meditation where you can begin accessing like these like higher states of the inner world through just closing your eyes and directing your intention and traveling with your thoughts and stuff like that. And again, people have experienced this. And so just putting it out there to say, like, to take note that this can happen. This is a real thing. Use that to connect the dots in terms of understanding what we as humans are actually capable of, and just bringing more emphasis back on your own meditations as well. So if anybody gets a chance to practice like a 6-day, 10-day darkness meditation, let us know how it goes.
The brain
go
also,
ahead. Yeah. Dane, go ahead. Yeah.
The brain will also begin to produce beta carbolines like pinealine, which are related to harmony.
Pinealine.
Yeah, pinealine, like pineal. You know, there's an etymological similarity there. And these are beta carbolines that are related to the chemical constituency of, or constitution, I suppose, of ayahuasca. So your body, I mean, produces these compounds on its own. And yeah, one of the, I suppose, triggers or permission slips for your body to begin to excrete higher proportions of these neurotransmitters is, lack of light. So I figured I would mention that too, because they've done like blood serum analyses of monks who've been meditating in caves, you know, for instance, for days, weeks on end. And it's like exactly the same as like an ayahuasca in the midst of a ritual or a ceremony. So it's very interesting.
Yeah, and that's what, from listening to the accounts of people who have done the darkness meditation, it sounds like they just go into an ayahuasca experience pretty much. So I mean, again, you know, it's just the human body is meant to like interface with like being able to travel through the universe by simply being in one space. So there are many ways to travel through space and time, and it's not just physical. So let's keep bouncing around a bit. But Gabe and Dane, are you guys heading out? Are you ready to call it? Yeah. All right. Cool. Okay, so any last words that you just want to say to guys, reminding them of the greater cosmic missions or anything?
Yes. Well, once again, it's very simple. Your cosmic mission is revealed to you the moment that you start really tuning into yourself and really creating from that space of joy. It's a very simple formula, and a lot of times I think because of the way that the human mind is structured and because of our conditioning, we want to use all these different modalities, and it's great to explore these different modalities, but when you can really simplify the way in which you navigate physical reality, when you really allow your natural resonance to show you where to go next, you really your life becomes very effortless in a lot of ways. And the things that you are truly meant to create in this lifetime are revealed to you in a very seamless fashion because of this. So if you're ever lost, if you're ever in doubt, if you're ever lonely, whatever it is, the formula is just to simply relax into the experience that you're having and tune into something that is truly representative of who you are and move in that direction. That's all really. And all of my videos and everything that I share really comes down to the simplicity of that. Just moving with the natural flow of the universe, because it's always guiding you all the time. And whatever you're going to experience, every emotional upheaval, respond to that with love and build a healthy relationship with all of your emotions. Treat your emotions like children. Every time you experience anything, whether it's negative or positive, your emotion is like your children, a child who has come to your doorstep to be acknowledged. So inevitably, when you feel that, allow yourself to give that aspect of you the love and acknowledgement and the compassion that it deserves. And it will shift very tremendously. Do you have anything to add to that?
I would just say love yourself unconditionally, because if you can't love yourself first, then how can you possibly love anything else?
Yes.
And for me, that phrase is so, wide-reaching, I suppose, in terms of its implications, because love for me is the frequency of creation. So love yourself is also equivalent to create yourself and make yourself, which once again, for me, just ties back to the idea of bringing forth the gifts and the abilities and the talents that you have, that only you have as the individuation of consciousness that you are, and being able to contribute that to the whole. It's a beautiful thing.
Yeah, that's really it.
That's it. That's it. Sweet. Until next time, that's it. So
Until next time.
Awesome, guys. All right, guys, thanks again so much. I'm going to talk a little bit for the next couple minutes about sort of like breatharianism and the concept of being able to like crystallize prana and stuff. So, but yeah, we'll catch up with them again another time. So again, shout out to Gabe and Dane. Check out Gabe's YouTube at youtube.com/Gabe Solomon, Gabe. Solomon is spelled Salomon. And again, you can find the show notes for this the day after it is posted on the main website as well under January 2016 Building Hangout. But yeah, I was just going to say real quick, it's just kind of like tied in with this concept, and we'll bounce around a few more ideas and we'll get this broadcast wrapped up no later than 2 a.m. But I was just kind of putting it out there again, trying to understand what the human body is capable of. One of the really interesting ideas, and I was kind of reading some stuff in the chat that just kind of prompted me to think about this as well, is the idea that like we do not need as much food as we actually consume. Like how much of that is psychological, how much of that is habit. And it's also this idea that some people have literally trained themselves, call it breatharianism or whatever, to actually be able to like survive off like the prana. And so like prana is kind of a word that is like synonymous with a lot of different things. It is kind of like the thing from which everything comes from. So before there were plants and animals and humans, all of that began as prana, so to speak. And so like some people talk about this idea that like through conscious will and direction of focus, they can actually like ingest like the prana into their being and be able to like secrete even like some people talk about there's like a certain thing within your tongue that secretes almost like a syrup or like a nectar. Somebody might have more information on that, but that is like related to like the crystallization of the prana or something like that. But just again, that concept to me is really fascinating. Just kind of opening up that door as to like what humans and what it is that we are capable of. Yeah, I don't know. Do you guys have any thoughts on that? Otherwise, we'll bounce around some more with some other what the world looks like.
I could touch on that a little bit.
Sure, go ahead, Adrian.
So in Qigong, that's kind of like a huge thing. Qi and prana. I don't know how many people know about this or have studied this before, but if you get into these practices, that's a kind of a big concept, is not eating so much. And with your meditation practice, you become more in tune with your body, and you see how much food becomes sometimes just an emotional outreach. When you're angry, upset, or you're bored, you just reach for food instead of really feeling your body when it really wants to consume something. And, getting plenty of sunlight, getting good air quality, breathing in fresh air, and eating fruits and vegetables, changing your diet. Some people do just fruit. Some people just do liquid. And then there's like there is a lot of stories out there of like meditation masters who don't eat, and they just live off energy. And there's a lot of yogis. There's a lot of stories about yogis who have done that for years, and they can live off of it. And the whole tongue juice thing really creeps me out. I don't know why. That's like pushing it for me. Like I've fasted before. I've done a few days of fasting, and I can see how the process could work, you know, especially with sunlight. I live in Florida, so I get a lot of sun here, and how much energy radiates off the sun and how it feeds your cells. And you could truly feel it. And that's one of the reasons I love Qigong so much, is because you could feel the energy. You could feel the prana like coursing through you, and how energized you feel when you manipulate it and use it and put it in your body. So yeah, I mean, I've heard of it. I've practiced very little fasting, but the whole tongue goo thing and not eating, I mean, that's like really advanced stages of yoga and these mystery traditions that have been around for a long time. So I think it's really, I mean, I think it's fascinating, and hopefully within my practice, I could reach stages like that, you know. It would be nice, but yeah, that's my 2 cents about it. That's what I know of it.
Yeah, for sure. And yeah, and again, like, it doesn't have to get like as like super complicated. I think just understanding that like there's energy inside of us, and that we can flow it through our movements and through our intention and through our breathing is like the core and stuff like that. Because yeah, look into like Qigong and all sorts of stuff. And I think there's a lot there.
I love it so much.
It opens up a lot into like our body's ability to heal itself in a lot of ways, and I think that's one of the epic designs of it.
Can we talk about sacred geometry for a moment? Because, you know, a lot of what we've been talking about is higher dimensional vibrations and things. And sacred geometry has just come into my life again. For some reason, it's spiraling into me, and it's kind of calling me. And, you know, I've been looking at mandalas and like the Sri Yantra, which Hindus have known for thousands of years, about different dimensionalities and being able to travel through the astral plane and knowledge of life after death. And I just want to know, I guess, if you can reflect how sacred geometry plays a role in that, and seeing these symbols. I think one of the unifying things of Paradigm Shift is there is a lot of sacred geometry. And I mean, in the clothing and the shirts that you have, those symbols are there. And I think that's one unique thing that Paradigm I think that's one uniting factor that a lot of shifters have, is knowledge of sacred geometry. So, Brendan, if I can just get your 2 cents. And I wanted to ask you too, in your in the logo for Paradigm Shift, there's those black symbols. Like, what does that mean to you, or what's the significance of those like black triangles off to the side or in the middle of the logo?
Yeah, I was thinking about like the sigil and stuff like that. I do want to be able to talk about that. I just, at the same time, if we can do parallel on this, I know Evan actually had something that he wanted to jump in on, possibly about the chi prana type stuff. Evan, did you want to just mention that real quick?
I was just going to say one thing, that I watched a movie on Gaia recently, and it was about, I can't remember the name of the movie, but it was about sun gazing. And it was just, and I can't remember the name of the guy who's in it either, but.
Was that like Eat the Sun or something like that? What's it called? Like
HRM's work does a lot with sun gazing.
Yeah, go ahead.
There was some guru though, but he did a lot of fasting, and apparently, I don't know if this is true, but there's like articles and stuff on this that he did a 417-day fast and was in a hospital, and doctors and stuff checked in on him, and he said that he got his energy through looking at the sun. And yeah, so I just thought that was interesting, and a lot of other people have like followed through and tried to do that too, and they say after about like 10 days or something like that, they can easily do 10-day fasts and not be hungry at all. But he also did get caught eating food when like people followed him around, and yeah. Again, like when we get into the prana and stuff like that, yeah, the concept of sun gazing and stuff definitely fits right in there. This idea that like we have this huge freaking energy source like above us all the freaking time. Like, surely it's not just there to make plants grow and, you know, like give us like a suntan and stuff like that. Like, that in itself is such an important thing within like just the dynamics of our nature. And again, I mentioned this in the past broadcast, but I feel like a big thing that we should
all take note of is to just like on a daily basis go and stand outside and like breathe deep for a bit and just like move our body a bit, root with the earth and connect with the earth, and like literally like don't just stand there to stretch your limbs, but you're standing there almost like absorbing the energy of your environments. You know, you're sort of like bringing the air into you through your lungs and through your breath and stuff like that, but it's almost like you're using it as fuel. Like we as humans, we think that we get fuel just by like eating stuff and obviously some sunshine, but I think literally just like being present in our environment and being outside and things like that and being in fresh air is a way for us to refuel our body and our mind, even on like subtle levels as well. Yeah, but I think that's the sun gazing and everything like that. There's definitely more to talk about there. I will just say, guys, we're going to wrap up this broadcast no later than 2 a.m., which gives us about 45 more minutes to play around with if we want to use that full time. But yeah, let's keep bouncing around. Before we get into the sacred geometry, is there anything else anybody wanted to mention on stuff that we were talking about currently?
There's just one other thing I was going to say is that about when he was in the hospital, that the doctors and people checked in on him and to see if there was any health problems he had. And again, I don't know if this is true. Just in the movie they talked about this, and I couldn't find any actual evidence that this is true, but that he had no health problems, and the only thing that was different about his body was that his pineal gland ended up growing more than the average person.
Interesting. That's interesting. Yeah, again, you know, stuff like that, it's something that a lot of science hasn't really looked into much, and a lot of it is just like personal experiences, but there still is a lot of information there. Jared, go ahead, passing it over to you.
Yeah, I've heard a lot about this. There's actually conscious-based colleges that are fully blown into the sun gazing communities and getting it out there, people getting rid of their glasses by sun gazing. There's actually saying that 2 hours a day, barefoot movement, I'm familiar with that as well. We were supposed to get sun exposure to get the photosynthesis aspects. Even hue man comes from the word the hue, in just the same sense the hues are in the colors in the leaves and so on. And that's where we get our name. And this gets into a lot of the black communities with the black melatonin and black in the earth, the dirt, the sands, there's all this melanin everywhere. And the secretion of melanin process, which we've already touched upon, which I find extremely fascinating that we do need this, and how it even goes into our brain when we look at the sun. And the UV index is 0 at first, but you can look at it 44 hours, even moon gazing, and the reverse aspects as well, reverse and forward polarities. It's a fascinating topic. It's absolutely incredible. But HRM gets into it. Like I said, Maharishi University's got to dig into sun gazing. They've got their own agriculture. There's a lot of people on top of it. So I don't know if that helped out a little bit.
For sure, man. For sure. Yeah. If you have any links in the comments, please feel free to just drop those in as well, Jared.
No problem.
But yeah, you're right. Like there's like certain institutions that like literally have like made entire courses and, you know, programs out of these practices. So it definitely, if people are searching these things, the information is there.
It's phenomenal too to even see how your hairs and everything ties together with it. It's incredible. And even your hairs and growing beards out and whatnot, it protects your chakras. It gets into all sorts of melanin excretion from all over your skin, pigments. And they say even when you get to a higher genetics, there's a possibility of even changing the hues. Gods and the legends. And you mentioned yoga practices, qigong practices out here as well. The Yoga Sutras of Patanjali, is everyone familiar with that here or no? I think everyone here would be. Oh, it was the most amazing book. It gets into everything we want to get into. And they literally got it numbered, 1 through 200 and something steps to this enlightenment aspect, from walking on water every friggin' day. And talking about all this stuff. It's absolutely phenomenal that this 4,000-year-old Yoga Sutras of Patanjali and original meditators that brought this out to everybody and then passed it to 7 people, which passed it throughout the world years ago, which is fascinating. There's nothing. I don't know if anyone else is here has heard about that.
That's cool, man. That's cool.
Yeah, is there any way you can write that down on the
I could actually send you links. I got the audio book on it. It's fascinating. There's actually talk about one when my buddy turned me on to it. I've been looking to do the same thing and set up like a blueprint for everybody to follow, and this looks like it's already been around. And finding this was huge. It's absolutely huge. And there's some pieces missing. You want pre-World War II stuff, because literally they burned all the books. They got rid of the knowledge from a lot of us. And supposedly this pre-World War II Patanjali's book, Yoga Sutras of Patanjali, was literally had even the herbal aspects and the exponential ways to speed up the pineal gland, and it's working. The pineal gland doesn't just do the melatonin action. It's the secretion of the pineal gland from the pituitary gland to the thyroid function, hormone regulation. It gets into the left and right hemisphere, that other 95% of the mind, which really got me into the whole conscious movement, is where the hell's the on switch? You hear it, you know about it, but what's going on? But it's absolutely fascinating to get down there. And that's really my big strive, is to be able to give all of us that opportunity to walk this path and do it right away. Get rid of the jobs, get rid of everything, work together, share what we need, and make it happen. And like you would say, X-Men schools. That's a secret agenda of mine as well. To make it happen and see what we're about and see which ones are going to pop out of our DNA first, and what gifts we really, really have for humanity. And the word avatar and all this other stuff comes to mind as well.
Yeah, Jared, I really love like just the angles that you're bringing into this, because I mean, you know, given the space and time, I would love to just be able to just like, have groups of people who can really just like focus on spending time on developing like these extrasensory abilities, these human abilities, and not even like extra as in, you know, like special, but just natural human abilities and everything that we're tapping into. And sometimes it's like, it can be challenging when we're kind of like in the mainstream of Babylon and things like that. But like it's one of those things where I'm sure at a later point in my life where I would love to just kind of like step away from the noise and just kind of like really work on a lot of these abilities and everything like that, and just dedicate myself to it. Jared, have you just kind of like in casual conversation, like have you had the stuff that you're talking about? Is this stuff that you've also had a lot of personal experiences with as well?
I have had a lot of personal experiences growing up, and even some of the astral experiences like I've talked about. I got shut off, maybe for a reason. I find we're like a bunch of children here trying to learn everyone else's way, their communication styles. It's pivotal for not just us to rise, but us to understand them and be the bridge for the layperson in a sense as well. But some of the experiences, is there any particular one that you're more interested in when it comes to the sun gazing, on switches? I mean, I learned Dolores Cannon's art to be able to find that on switch in all of us, and meditation aspects to just get in there. I've always felt the sambulistic level of the mindset is key to get into their oversoul and find out what's holding us back. If it's us, it might just be us holding us back, because we have to learn. And if we get too lost, we're just basically going back to where we came from. And as painful it is to learn the language of English and the dialects and emotions that twist that all up, it seems pretty important to understand other people's perspectives, points of views, and be able to elevate people from their perspective, not having degress and cognitive dissonance, as some people say. Because when you give them too much information, they just pop. They go back and hold on to everything in their head and totally go the other way, because they can't perceive where you're coming from or a lot of other people in the shift movements. So going slow with some people, really taking the time with them, is pivotal to elevate other consciousness to our perspective. And like the other person in the group here wanted to understand for the newbies, in a sense, to elevate them slowly, create the neural network to be able to support the newer information would be helpful for him as well. And the more you feed the mind, rub it. It gets into, are you familiar with Phil Valentine's work or no? Anybody here?
No.
He's a cool guy from Brooklyn. He's down in Florida now, understanding the meditation process, but he turned me on to the metaphysical definitions of the Bible and the keys of understanding that as well. And he talked about the genie in the lamp. It wasn't always 3 wishes. It was unlimited wishes, which is kind of known about when you first stumble into it. But the word rub didn't just mean rub, like, you know, you rub your head or whatever. And the word light didn't just mean light. I mean, they had metaphysical meanings. The light was like crystalline body. You were the light, and to rub your mind was the way they talked about this. And when you rubbed your mind intellectually, you built those neurons in there. You turned on the light inside you, and then you, the genie, will come out and manifest every damn wish you ever wanted, which gets into the law of attraction, the law of allowing, and a few other things to basically create our own realities. Our thought. And then the human potential, which is the best depiction I've come to find yet, science even talks about as well as Green Lantern. Being able to do whatever in this body, merge all the 7 bodies, and rise the DNA to literally do whatever you can think, which is amazing. Is that enough?
Yeah, that's good, man. Let's just pace it out and stuff like that, because I do want to hear more, and I know I'd prefer to do it when maybe like some of us are a little bit more awake as well, because I want to be able to like even just get you to talk, and maybe we'll do this, and then we'll get back into just other people adding in a super short form, even just like a teaser for stuff that we can talk about later. You mentioned it before, like the keys to immortality. Can you explain a little bit about what you were referring to when you were talking about that, and literally just
immortality actually gets to another topic we talked about as well, was and the monatomic gold of manna, they called it back in the day, the bread of life, this dust that fed us, that brought us back to life as humans, was monatomic gold, nano gold, Cleopatra's milk. They've called it a lot of things, but this stuff is absolutely amazing. It feeds the life body. It activates our DNA. It actually rewraps the telomeres. It is the very substance, is the key to immortality in a sense. It's what Jesus talked about. It was the bread of life. It was what Moses went up to Mount Sinai and sniffed and started making himself in a smelter, cooking the stuff at 450 degrees to get it out of volcanic ash, which is amazing. This stuff is proven scientifically on EEG meters and whatnot to literally raise consciousness exponentially at a balanced level. So if you're unbalanced mentally, left and right brain, you can literally lower one, match it, and raise your brainwaves and have a clarity. Alpha frequencies to be divinely in tuned in a sense. Jesus did this stuff, Moses, all of them, and look at what they brought to the place. And then, of course, here we are in quite a few years of passing the story around, and you lose touch with it. And pieces are missing from that. And they seem to know a lot of this as well. They lived for 900 plus years. A lot of these stories go back, hidden books of John, and everything else. They literally, they were leaving a message for us. And it seemed that they were showing us the keys of immortality to live forever. It's in the historical dates, how long they lived, what they talked about. And it becomes pretty clear if we're going to take anyone's lead, we might want to take theirs. If we keep doing what society does, we're going to get the same results, and that's kind of a shame. You know? And I'd like to mention something else before you interjected this, was the chi and the energy. And ways we can tap into this, because you mentioned, I'm getting tired and whatnot. I got stupid energy. I mean, it just comes out of nowhere. When the passion drives and it pulls out of me, and it seems to come to, especially topics like this, it just comes out of me. It just pours out. I guess it's one of my talents, Well, but everything's all around us. We just pull it. It's there. That's the prana. It's everything. You just tap right into it. And that's key, that little tip there.
Cool, man.
Well,
I was just gonna say, what stuff you just said, I want to be able to like hear that again, because I know I didn't like fully, like I would have to hear that more than once and stuff. But Jared, thank you again, man.
Not a problem. I'll go over it nice and slow, detailed from your perspectives.
Yeah, and again, and even next time when maybe if you can get like a better microphone between now and then, that would be super ideal for everyone.
I lost the password to the administration, and I got to get around that.
Gotcha.
For some reason, I don't know why.
No worries.
And,
all right.
We'll figure it out.
Yeah. Okay, Brandon, go ahead. You were going to jump in there. Go for it.
Like, you know how you were talking about earlier, how the monks were living and preparing themselves for death? Well, some Egyptians would do the same thing, and they would have a whole list of steps of like what they needed to do once they died in their tomb. And they would have their loved dead ones in their tombs, and they would have their loved animals that were dead in their tombs. So whenever they died, they could see them again. So like what if he was talking about, like what if like they had the steps to become immortal after they died, which goes back to the fact that your brain continues to fire for about 8 minutes after you die, and it releases all that DMT. So it's like maybe they were focused on that last 8 minutes to become immortal in the next life. So it's like whatever. So there's so many different possibilities. It's like whatever you believe might happen whenever you die might actually happen, and it's just whatever you believe it to be. So let's say maybe you believe that you're going to be going to heaven, and whatever your idea of heaven is, like you may go there. Or let's say you believe that you might go to hell. You could go there. Or if you think that maybe nothing happens, it's just darkness, like that could happen. So it's like the possibilities are endless. And in that quote, I think Peter Pan, what did Hook say? He was like, to die would be a great adventure. And like maybe that's because literally you can do like whatever you wanted. So maybe like if you could become immortal if you had like the right steps and insight, which is why like maybe those monks were like preparing everything, because they could go into whatever they feel is immortality.
Yeah, there's a really very interesting idea there. Jared, I'll pass it over to you in a second. Yeah, just about the idea that, people are just like, is heaven real? Like, what is heaven? Like, how can heaven be two things at once? If we were looking at the heaven space as another like hyperdimensional hologram dream space, then we understand that it is like a reflection of what it is that we are projecting. So in that sense, like if someone goes into heaven expecting to see pearly gates, they will see pearly gates. If they go into heaven expecting to see like Hindu gods, they will see Hindu gods. If they're not sure what to see, then maybe they'll get greeted by a council of 7 light beings or something like that, And sometimes it's like, it is like us projecting, but it's also like the universe listening and knowing what may work for us. And that's why when we die, sometimes people talk about in near-death experiences, they are greeted by loved ones, they are greeted by family members. And again, it's this very holographic, dynamic, extra-dimensional process in which the universe is like getting the signal in and out of our own individual programming to be able to provide us with a unique experience that is going to serve us at the time. There's a whole nother topic there I would love to talk about, like, near-death experiences and stuff like that. But I think if anything, we'll save more than meat and potatoes of that for another episode.
Right.
Yeah. I feel like meat and potatoes is kind of like a weird thing. I'll say like quinoa and potatoes. Save that for another episode. Jared, I'm going to pass it back to you. I think maybe you had something if you wanted to jump in on stuff.
I'd love
Go ahead.
that topic because it's fascinating, especially with the astral travels I've had and the ability to control that and just jump right into it. But from what I see, that could happen and go that direction, but it looks like we're here and we're progressing. And to go that way would be digressing to some degree. Life seems to always want to progress, and that's why we're here, and we always want to come back here. And there's life to life to life. I think Jesus said it, and a lot of other people said that you literally have to merge these bodies, and your body is the bridge to heaven. And when you do that, and you do everything from this planet, and learn everything in the sense that we need, and there's a couple types of from learning that there's no such thing as time, etc., learning the law of attraction, all these other different things come into play. But once you literally merge all this into your being, you can go to the next level and go back and forth. It's almost like the synonymous chessboard or checkers. You go to one side and then you can go back and forth. And the going back seems to be the advancement to understand all this and go back and teach others. Like Jesus go around teaching everybody the same ways to do this. And I think we probably all want to be able to give this to everybody else as well. A lot of the biblical scriptures, and it seems like every friggin' religion is talking about the same thing from different perspectives, different dialects, and different understandings. People are entering into different points of views. And a lot of it's just getting mixed up in translations, missing books, and mistranslations. It's kind of disgusting when you look at it, It's like, how can a Christianity aspect look at Jesus, say, you can do what I can do? Everyone agrees the guy's a teacher, and yet nobody is doing what he is doing and greater, and nobody is understanding this, and they're just totally missing it. I think everybody here is looking for that, how to do what he did, how to get to the next level. And that's it's absolutely fascinating if these people did it. There's a secret book of John actually talks about the earth being a classroom or a place. Where do you put souls that have done so good and yet also did some bad things and yet did other things? Where do you put that type of person? How do you evolve that soul? How do you give a child this much power? It'd be the equivalent of giving a newborn a loaded gun. You have to first understand things. You ever hear the saying or quote, everything you learn is absolutely useless, but absolutely necessary to get you to the next step. That helps it all. Maybe I'll leave off there.
Weird. Totally. Yeah, and again, it's interesting that even in the Bible, again, like we have a lot of stuff in the Bible that is kind of parallel to things that we're talking about in a very hyper-dimensional sense. We're like, oh yeah, you know, we're all like cosmic souls and Earth is a university and we're all like from different parts and we're here to like ascend and open up our chakras and stuff like that. It's like, man, like that stuff was like in the Bible. The Bible like was actually kind of like trying to be like a roadmap to our own ascension, and then people just got like so caught up in the semantics of it, and but again, you know, I don't even think we have to talk too much about that. But for another topic, I think it is interesting to like, you know, if anything, I would encourage people to look up a guy named Bill Donahue. He does a lot of videos from over the years and really gets into a lot of the topics of the symbolism within the Bible and like how it was actually like talking about the pineal gland, and it was talking about the hemispheres of the brain, and it was like talking about, you know, just like a lot of astrological and spiritual stuff that a lot of people miss when they sort of like see it from a certain perspective, at least. But yeah, let's I want to be able to, I know Adriano was talking about like sacred geometry and stuff like that, and I want to be able to just again practice talking about that. So like that's part of what we're doing right now. Like we've talked about a lot of stuff within this broadcast. We did our introductions, we talked about the team objectives, talked about conscious media, talked about the state of the world a little bit, and now we're just kind of like exploring these topics. And a great topic to always go back to every now and then is the topic of sacred geometry. So before we just pass the talking stick around for this, and this may be the last topic for the night, and then we'll wrap it up after this. Very simply, I will say is that sacred geometry is a huge catalyst within our shift in consciousness, because I feel that it's one of those things where we're understanding the power of symbols. And it's one of those things where without even anyone having to say what sacred geometry is or explain it to us, we can look at it and a part of our consciousness recognizes it. It recognizes it as ourselves. It recognizes it as like a pattern that stands out to us. And obviously the symmetry of it has like an aesthetic appeal that makes it appear really nice. But it's one of those things where when you realize that sacred geometry is referring to like these consistent proportions found all throughout reality, it directly connects back into the story of our interconnectedness. When we realize that the patterns in a plant are the same patterns in our body, when the patterns of like a seashell are the same patterns of our thumb, which are the same patterns of a galaxy. Micro, macro, the old axiom of as above, so below, which again, like that's it explained in like just a few sentences right there. Like for me, like that's like a really core aspect of it, but it opens up like this whole new spectrum of again just exploring more about like what consciousness is and how it interconnects in the matrix that this reality is. One thing that I guess I'm kind of interested in is that like, does sacred geometry exist differently in different matrices, in different realities? I mean, that's kind of like a side question sort of thing, but obviously focusing on the way how it works in this reality is very, very interesting in terms of like phi and in terms of, you know, Fibonacci and all of those beautiful, you know, numerological ways of being able to map out how the universe maps itself out. But yeah, just opening up the conversation. Sacred geometry. What do you guys think about sacred geometry? How has that played a role within your own shift in consciousness? Like, do you remember seeing it at a certain point and intuitively kind of feeling drawn to it and curious about it? Go ahead, whoever wants to jump in on that. Jesse, go ahead. Let me just, you got your mic? Go ahead. You can, yeah, you should be good. You're good. Oh.
Okay, sorry. Okay, sorry. Yeah, at the beginning of my awakening, I had sacred geometry on the background of my computer. And at the time, I had no idea what it was. And then slowly, like what happened was I watched Enter the Void one night. And it was at the time I was watching Spirit Science and stuff. And then all of a sudden, I watched Enter the Void and had this whole like out-of-body experience. And it just shot me back throughout my whole life. and I saw all the synchronicities all lining up, and it just, everything just made sense. And because I had a couple of salvia experiences where I smoked it, and one time I literally like popped out of the top of my head and like floated above the back fence in my backyard near my door. And then another time in my bedroom, I smoked some, and then I literally, I think I went to a different like higher plane where I saw like Hindu art on a big archway and a door, and all I could say was like, "I'm here, man. I'm here. I'm here." And I don't know, it was awesome. But then like when I got into spirit science, it just kicked it off into sacred geometry, and I got this tattoo, the flower of life. And then I didn't even realize it, but I got like the Triforce on this side, and I didn't even realize that it's all interconnected, and it just like blew my mind. Like,
yeah,
it always does. It just, I see it every day, and it makes life so much more beautiful than I ever thought it could be, you know?
Totally. It's one of those things where, you know, like it's hidden in plain sight. It's like it's written,
yeah.
It's literally written on our hands, but our hand is like right in front of our face and we can't see it, sort of thing. So it's not until we like step back and it's like, oh shit, it's right there, right? But yeah, it was it's funny that you mentioned like the Triforce and sacred geometry, because lo and behold, the two shift buttons that I'm wearing kind of map that out. And now it's like something that a lot of people like didn't even realize, is that like the Triforce and like Metatron's cube, they're one and the same. Like you see the Triforce, it's right there in Metatron's cube. So I mean, like, was Zelda like trying to be sacred geometry? I think it definitely like was rooted into that cosmic like idea, and obviously there's a lot of spiritual themes in Zelda. Jesse, go ahead.
I definitely feel the spiritual themes, because like Zelda, and same with a lot of people like that have swords in like movies and cartoons like He-Man and stuff, and it always reminded me of like a Kundalini awakening. So I had a full blast Kundalini awakening when I got clean from drugs. And Zelda, because he kind of like goes to sleep, and like Ocarina of Time, he goes to sleep for 7 years, and it's kind of like resonated with what
Link goes to sleep, not Zelda.
Sorry, yeah. Link goes to sleep, and then he wakes up, and it kind of reminded me too of like cicadas, how they like hibernate too for like 14 years, then they climb up a tree, you know, and then they transform, and that's like their metamorphosis. And the synchronicities were just amazing. And it just, I have a lot of like drawings and stuff that correlate to all that stuff. And I started going crazy because I was into art, and I stopped for a long time, and it's helped me out a lot to get back into it.
Yeah, that's awesome. And again, you know, like with sacred geometry, very simply for me and for a lot of other people, it like brings an element of magic into the world. Yeah. Suddenly it becomes like this I Spy game of like where sacred geometry in your everyday existence. And I think that's kind of how it gets lost, is when people live in a city, all they're seeing are like buildings and skyscrapers and cars. Yeah. And sacred geometry is there because essentially we're making it, and you might have to zoom in at like a nano level, but it's hard to see in the same way. Whereas when you're out in nature, you see the fractals and the Fibonacci, and it's right in front of you. So again, it's like sometimes people have to like get outside the city to reconnect with the nature. And again, it helps them understand that like those patterns aren't just physical, but those patterns are also like energetic, and those patterns are also like ways of like how we socially interact. And again, you know, like kind of even right now, like a bunch of bubbles overlapping, a bunch of circles overlapping is like this flower of life, which creates this discussion. And again, the Vesica Pisces, the two circles overlapping with the space in the middle, that's like the seed where new things are constantly born out of. So like if you have one thing and you have two things, put them together and something new comes out of that. Like that's like the beauty of how this reality works. But yeah, keep passing it around. And Jesse, thank you for sharing. Yeah, I think that echoes a lot of other people's stories, I'm sure.
Well, I got this too. My sister gave me this for Christmas. I have a habit a lot, because when I started getting into synchronicities, I started seeing 1111 and then other numbers, but it led into mostly seeing 144, and then that just kept getting stronger, and that's how I got like into like the Bible and finding out about like the 144,000, and then like I started getting into like the Matrix and knowing how to like listening to like the know thyself quote, the Greek quote, and I started like researching gematria, and then I was putting like different names in. I threw my name in just my name though, that's my friends know, all my family knows, Jesse Couture. And it came out 3 different numbers, 1133, 864, and 144. And those 2 are main sacred geometry numbers, and it just tripped me out like crazy. Because like, it's just the synchronicities at one point were so strong that it was like overwhelming at some points, you know what I mean? But I love it.
That's awesome, man. It's us communicating to ourselves, so it's pretty awesome.
Yeah.
Okay, so on the topic of sacred geometry, anybody else want to jump in and talk about how sacred geometry has played a role within their awakening and so forth and so on? Evan, go ahead.
Yeah, I just wanted to say, like just getting into art, I feel like most people who have become awakened and get into art, like sacred geometry just kind of like pops in their face one day, and it's like, look at me, you know, like you might have a similar situation, Jesse, I don't know, but yeah, when I actually saw sacred geometry before I got into art, so, but it was through spirit science also, I think, was probably the first person that like really informed me about it. But recently, within the past couple of months, I've been researching a lot about it, and if any of you watch Wisdom Teachings on Gaia, I don't know, but you guys should really check that out. And if you're into sacred geometry, then I highly recommend you checking that out. And his most recent series, he's talking about sacred geometry and how, like, many of us have heard that, like, the flower of life is the symbol for all of the universe, and that, like, everything makes up another thing, like the Merkaba that you have on your, that's your right side. Wait, yeah. Your left side, Brendan, which is also the Megatron's cube. Like, that's the seed of life. Also, if you have the flower, or yeah, if you have the first form of the flower of life around it, and that's actually the first thing. Like when any organism is made, that it's first one cell, and then it splits into 2 cells, and then 3, and then then 4, then 8. And when it's 8 cells, that creates the seed of life, which inside of that is the Merkaba, which is the seed to all things. And also around us is the Merkaba, which is like our the thing that I guess harnesses our energy. And there's been, which kind of goes back to some stuff Jared was talking about earlier about like ascending and things like that, that there have been like monks and other people who when they have or they do certain meditations and things where they'll have one triangle of the Merkaba spinning one way and the other one spinning another way, just through the power of imagination. And there's been many monks and other people who ascend through this and actually apparently become basically purely the Merkaba, and it creates through it spinning, it creates basically like a UFO shape, like wider on the outside and thinner on the top. And apparently, I don't know if this is true either, but I've heard that on and it's probably now other military services too, but on the U.S. Air Force, they have like scanners and things like that, and they can see the UFO shape. There's a name for it, but
like the Merkaba type. Yeah.
But it's like the spinning shape of it. And, yeah, they'll see
that has a particular name.
Now it's like there's so many people who it's happened to, so it's like it's not a rare thing for them to see that, and they know what it is. And of course, the lower down people have no clue, but the people who are in the high military, they know what's going on. But yeah, we could talk about sacred geometry for a long time, but I'll just
totally man. Yeah, like there again, you know, like the sacred geometry, I think it's interesting when you start looking at it as like a map for science as well, because then you realize that like the toroidal field is actually talking about like energy dynamics. And again, if we're like looking at the way the universe works itself through nature, we can actually find like a map in there for how to like access like hidden energy that's not hidden, but just like 0 point and build spaceships around it. Kyle, looks like you want to jump in, and welcome to the Hangout, brother. It's good to see you again. Do you want to jump right in on this?
Yeah, man, absolutely.
Go for
Been
it.
listening for a little while. First, Evan Jones. Like, you Evan Jones by chance?
No, Evan Rogers, but yeah.
Dude, you look like my buddy, like from high school, dude. Like exactly like him. I was like, no way, that's Evan Jones. Like,
Doppelganger. That'd be funny.
I was like, wow. I was like tripping on that for a second, dude. Oh my god. Yo, no, there's a lot of good stuff going on. It's just like something a little bit different, like every 3 minutes. They're bouncing around from a lot of different things. So sometimes it gets like a little difficult to keep track of when you get a whole bunch of people. Plus, I've been like totally out of the loop for like 2-3 months. I've been off doing stuff and getting back and doing a whole bunch of other shit. Yo, on the topic of sacred geometry, if anyone else has noticed, if you're inside of a journey on a substance like psilocybin or lysergic acid or like dimethyltryptamine or something like that, I tend to see a lot of that sort of just reciprocated throughout like energy patterns, I guess. Like, you know, I guess it would be the part of the visual effect or whatever. I see a lot of that. Like, sitting by a river one time, and I looked out. You could see like on a graph or something, or like how you would map it out on a computer. You would see that like over the river top, within the material, the water. I don't know if anyone else has seen it or just happened to like, glance over and look at, a tree and be able to like sort of see like a grid. One time I was out on my back porch and it was late at night and I was looking into the sky. And I had, I don't know, a heavy dose of psilocybin, probably just like an eighth or something. I was looking up and I managed to, when I was looking at the stars, and all the stars kind of had like lines connecting them, sort of. So like everything was like divided into like these big triangles, the entire thing. And that's when it sort of like started to open up, or just sort of and it was like you could see fractal, like it was like any kind of like fractal zoom, like old school fractal zoom that you would find on YouTube. It was just scattered throughout, and it was sort of just making everything kind of connected. It was so like I don't know. And then you look at pine cones and things, and that is pretty much the ass end of a pine cone, the butt, the large end is, when you look at that, it is pretty much the flower of life design. So that reciprocates through nature, and then people associate that with the pineal gland, the pine cone pineal gland. But I do tend to notice when you look at a pine tree sort of with like intent, you can definitely tell, because it's a conifer, an evergreen or whatever, it's like it's made to last throughout the winter. It has a different vibration than regular herbaceous trees that lose their leaves during the cold seasons. So I've noticed that too. And those permit different patterns as well. You can follow that down in history too, to different cultures. They all base their timing, everything, all their timing for their rituals and everything is based off of positions of planetary bodies and other celestial bodies in the sky at a certain point. And they've tracked it over the ages They know it to a T. You know, granted, you know, it changes, it shifts a little bit, but every year, everything changes when you move through it again and whatever. But everything is based off of a cycle, a pattern of a positioning of these things in the sky. What this does is these different celestial bodies permit different energies to be present to us. So it's like a big fucking calculator, kind of calendar calculator. It's how you would calculate when to perform something at a precise time to get the best effect. And that's kind of what the Cabal touches on, or not the Cabal, sorry, the Kabbalah. That's kind of what the Kabbalah is based off of, but that's, I think, but that's also witchcraft. So, I mean, it's pretty much the same thing, I guess, because and the Christians have a form of Rosicrucianism, which is kind of dead and unknown, kind of like Latin. It's like a dead thing, but it still exists, you know what I mean? But that's a sect of people, it's a secret society of Christians that believe in, you know, the powers and things and calculating and blah, 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 and doing things, and that's witchcraft. So it all goes back to the same thing, everything. And that's what sacred geometry is, that pattern.
Yeah.
Because those different energies present create different geometric patterns within the energy structure, the electromagnetic force that is around the Earth. And that is science. So, in essence, if you look at it all, everything lines up to a scientific factor as well. So, if you look at sacred geometry, you have a direct path to, you know, I guess,
yeah,
a clear shot to knowledge. You have to be able to decipher, you know, different things, filter it out. Take everything with a grain of salt. You know, don't believe me. So.
Word, man. I like yeah, again, the reminder that like sacred geometry like isn't just like what we see in plants and nature and physical, but it is like the time cycles. It's proportions that we see all over the place. And it is like, you know, it's its own science. I don't know if science is even the right word for it, but it'd be interesting if scientists like actually took like more credence to sacred geometry to actually be able to like study that. Because somehow it's weird that like the mainstream science just like somehow, you know, we don't see like high school textbooks where it just talks about, you know, like sacred geometry, probably because they don't want to call it sacred geometry or something like that. You know, I feel like that term in itself has like this weird connotation because people aren't sure what they mean by sacred to begin with. But for me, like sacred, and I've talked about this before, sacred almost refers to a point like close to origin. That's kind of like what sacred means to me. It means like, you know, like less changed into something else, something closer to origin. Kyle, thank you. And Adriano, I know you're going to be heading out soon, and I just want to be able to pass it over to you. I also know you were talking before because you were asking about the paradigm shift sigil. Let me just pull that up real quick because I just wanted to be able to throw it up over here. In the screen share. So you were talking about the paradigm shift sigil. What was your question, Adriano? You're asking about?
I just wanted to know where you came up with it. Like, what does it mean to you, or like, where'd you get the idea for it?
Word. Yeah, it's something I've talked about before in past broadcasts, and it's always something, you know, I'm happy to reiterate again. It's interesting because it's something that just kind of came to me over time, and I went through like a few renditions of it, and eventually it ended up like looking the way it did, and then eventually it just kind of like became this symbol that to me was something that began revealing itself over time. And for any of you guys, like before I even tell you what it is, I encourage you to just kind of like look at it and to ask like kind of like your inner voice or something what it means to you, kind of thing, what it represents to you. And so it does kind of have like this like ancient futuristic vibe to it, and again, like in a very simple way, like I think of it as almost like a beacon or a portal or a stargate. It is like a compass. It's got a lot of elements to it that are kind of worked into it. And the interesting thing is that like as I scroll down here, you can kind of see, without just imagine the text isn't there and over top of it for the image, but it's actually something that like maps out over top of sacred geometry very succinctly. Like it kind of like fits in over top of like hexagrams and like the phi ratio and stuff, which again was something that I didn't draw this over top of sacred geometry. So the fact that I like made it and then like afterwards I just photoshopped and put it on top of sacred geometry and noticed that it like fit to it, I was just like, whoa, okay, like that's super interesting, right? Like just kind of added more credence to the idea that, again, you know, we were talking earlier about art and knowledge and music coming through us. This was something that I carried through to be able to share. And again, in terms of like sigils and magic, it gets into this idea that symbols have very potent energy that one can invest in them. And for me, this symbol for the project is something that I feel actually gives the project even more focus and more direction, because as we evolve the project, the energy of it gets associated and encoded into the symbol. So then the idea is, and this was something I like created as just a concept that I was playing around with as a possibility, that as more people see the sigil in the future, simply by them seeing it, it like gives them a hyperpoint access to the energy of the collective project, whether they're actively aware of it or not. So like someone might just see that and they're just like, whoa, you know, like that looks really strong, or that looks really potent or something, you know, I want to learn more about that. Right. So it's kind of has that beacon type element to it. Yeah, Adriana, what like I just on discussions stuff like that, when you see it,
my first thoughts, I mean, I remember the first time I saw your website and it scared me. It was like ominous. Just because it was a color black and it has really sharp angles.
Mm-hmm.
So it kind of looked like frightening. But then after, you know, being afraid of something, I feel like most people get curious and they're like, what the hell is that? And then just to know that you didn't even plan to make it like fit on top of sacred geometry, it's significant. You know, I think it's meaningful. And I think that you nailed it on the head, that, you know, symbols can communicate so much more than language does. And, you know, the fact that people could just see that symbol and it could shift their whole way of thinking just by seeing one symbol. I think that's incredible. And I think it's really powerful that it's a part of your movement. So I'm happy that you created it, and it's like divine guidance, I guess, that it came to you. I think that's great. And just to correlate back to sacred geometry and what we've been discussing, you know, there's a lot of things about spirals in life and in sacred geometry, and how we always come back to things that we've learned before with a different perspective. You know, I studied sacred geometry maybe 4 or 5 years ago, and then I kind of lost interest in it. I always knew it was there, but I wasn't such in-depth study with it until recently, till I just got back home from a lot of traveling. You know, I just traveled across the entire United States. And I'm trying to realize, instead of doing more outward journeys, how can I journey within, and how can I manifest things, and how can I breathe things into my life? And I really believe that sacred geometry has a lot to do with manifestation and communicating with higher dimensions and higher dimensional beings. And I think that correlates everything that we've spoken with tonight, with ascension, communicating with higher beings, with our spirits ascending to those higher levels, and how sacred geometry can be a gateway for that. And it's an excellent gateway because it's so beautiful. I mean, I think anybody who likes aesthetics sees one symbol and it just changes. I mean, I'll never forget the first time I saw the Flower of Life. It changed my life forever. I was never the same again. And it really, I knew it was important. I couldn't put my finger on it. I didn't know all the details, but I just knew that symbol was important to my life and to my journey, and to a lot of other people's journeys as well. And like I was saying earlier, I think paradigm shift has a lot to do with sacred geometry. You know, I think it's a unifying factor that a lot of people come to it through that. So with that being said, I'm going to take off and have a great night. And I just want to spread love to all of you. And I say I'm always a promoter of sacred geometry and meditating on it, and manifesting love and bringing higher vibrational things into your life so you can vibrate higher and just be of that love light wavelength. And Brendan, I just want to pay my respects to you again, brother, for hosting this, and for all the hard work that you do, man, because you're amazing. And I have to change my paradigm and stop saying hard work, for all the fun, playful work that you do. That's so amazing and energetic. And I love you, brother, and thank you so much. And everybody else, have a good night. And hopefully I'll see you guys again for the next one.
Awesome, man. Dude, thank you so much. And again, you know, like, let me know how things are going in St. Petersburg, Florida. Sure. And yeah, you know, if you're like organizing events, getting some shifty events going on there, then please let me know.
I'm surprised that there's not something here yet. You know, maybe
well, you know
I
what?
have to be the one.
There are paradigm shift communities that have popped up in Florida, quite a few of them actually, but I can't say which ones are like fully active and stuff like that.
Right.
There's one in what is it, like that, like something Lakes Estates or something
Lakeland?
like that. Something. Yeah, maybe I can connect you with a couple people who are already in Florida and stuff like that.
Yeah, I'll look into it, you know, and like I wouldn't mind starting like a weekly meditation here. With
by all means, man. Yeah, I mean, if it's as simple as starting one, then by all means, you'd be a great person to do it. So, dude, awesome, man. Thank you, and we'll catch up later.
Great.
Awesome, guys. So, yeah, with that said, guys, I'm pretty much ready to wrap this up. Obviously, we can talk about more stuff later, but again, we'll do that. We'll talk about more stuff later. Evan, you were going to jump in with some stuff?
Well, I was just going to share this person with Adriana, but I'll just share it with the live stream and whoever watches this afterwards. If anybody wants to get into sacred geometry and like actually bringing it into physical reality and like the actual science behind it, I think everybody should check out this guy who I found through the wisdom teachings with David Wilcock. But he's a Russian scientist, and he built a pyramid in Russia, and he was some part of the military, so that he had like millions of dollars of funds by the Russian government to work on this. And there's a ton of awesome science behind it, and I won't go into all of it because I'm ready to just go to sleep too, and yeah, ready to close up the stream. So
what was the name again?
I didn't say yet. Alexander Golod. So it's AlexanderGolod. So yeah, if you want to get into sacred geometry, check.
Can you say that again? Alexander Golod? What?
Alexander Golod.
Okay. Last name is Golod.
Yes.
So Alexander Golod. Alexander. Okay, so Alexander Golod. Golod. Put that in the live chat. Cool. Okay, dude, awesome. Evan, thank you so much for connecting again. And if you when you get a chance, if you can create your shifter profile, just as a reminder for you, and then we'll get you all synced up, and I'll have that to add to the show notes as well if people want to connect to you. So
yeah, that's one of the like 20 links I have to.
Perfect. Awesome, sweet man. All right, you're jumping out now then, or is that your plan, or I guess or close to it?
You're closing up the stream now?
Yeah. Okay, yeah. Sorry, I wasn't sure if you were like heading out now or if we're all just waiting to close it off together. But yeah, I think we're about ready to close it off together. So again, guys, just before we do that, let me just let the passing stick go around the circle one more time. If anybody else had anything short and sweet that I wanted to share, feel free to go ahead. Brandon, I wasn't sure if you wanted to jump in at some point, but dude, I appreciate you being here for the long run. Go ahead, man.
Yeah, I didn't want to take up too much of the time. I feel like I talked more than I should have. So, but I just wanted to say before I go, like if you ever get stressed out and you ever just like angry and you want to like get out of that mood, get out of that mode, chant out loud. Just say, "I am loving awareness. I am loving awareness. I am loving awareness." And by like the 5th time, I promise you'll feel much better. That's all I wanted to say.
I love it, man. Simple programming yet effective. So yeah, I mean, again, that's a whole nother topic to get into itself, you know, like effective mantras and the power of words. I mean, again, you know, like I started off the episode with the idea of words create worlds, just hitting that home again, you know, bringing it full circle. Like that is so freaking potent, and that's kind of like the hidden symbolism within our language that is right there to sort of reflect back to us like our God type nature that we are.
Right.
Because again, you know, like the only difference between word and world is the L, and the L is also like sort of going back to the Hebrew of like Elohim, Elijah, and stuff like that. Like the L is usually referring to like the God type entity. So you take the L out of world, it becomes word. And so the word is worlds without the
Right.
God in itself. So like it's
Holy cow.
there's more to it, and there's language that just maps stuff out in a way that's like kind of like it explains itself. But yeah.
Right. Well, I had a
Yeah,
blast talking to everyone, and man, I can't wait for the next one, man. I feel like this enriched my soul just talking
Perfect,
to
man.
everybody for the past few hours. So thank you so much for the opportunity.
Awesome, man. Likewise, and that's exactly what we do this for, is to be able to like boost each other, to be able to raise that collective morale as a team. And with that said, guys, we'll pass it around in a second. I just want to give a quick shout out. During the broadcast, I mentioned earlier, if anybody signed up during the broadcast, that they would actually get a free Light Guardian crystal with their Shifter booster kit through the team Patreon. And we did actually have 4 signups during the broadcast. So a huge thumbs up to everybody for adding their support to that. And if people are listening to this in the future and want to still like get that free Light Guardian crystal, send me a message. Just send me a message through Facebook. Let me know, and we'll figure something out. That is kind of like a perk that kind of comes here and goes as an extra incentive to be able to help bring intention to the Patreon, to be able to help bring it up to our current and ongoing team milestones. And our current one is to get above 1,000. And again, you can go through at patreon.com/Brendan Culleton, or on any of the parts of the main website, scroll down and click the link for the team support squad. And again, that support helps with the ongoing production time involved with this project that I put in as director, as well as the back end stuff, including like the website evolution, the website hosting, the Blog Talk Radio hosting, a lot of the back end technical stuff, and also being able to help get more Shifter booster kits and shift buttons out to people in the community, and just evolving the entire project. So we're working our way up to 1,000, but obviously the intention is in a year from now, you know, like that becomes 2,000, that becomes 3,000, and that abundance filters over into other projects, and it gives us a way to be able to help support other artists, other creators within the Paradigm Shift community. So as one Patreon floods over into other Patreons, and more of us are able to continue doing what it is that we are here to do, what we are called to do, to share our art, to share our gifts, and are supported by the community in doing so. So thank you again to the Patreon supporters for doing that. And the objective will be to try and get it up to there is no try, to get it up to 1,000 before the end of the month. And just for the simple reason being is that at the end of the month, that's when the donations go through. So again, thank you everyone for their contributions, and sign up whenever it works for you. Asking monthly micro donation, just $3 to $5, gets you your Shifter booster kit and a free Light Guardian crystal if you send me a message within a time frame of, let's say, like a couple days after this broadcast, if you're listening to it then. So much love to you guys, and thank you so much for the team Patreon supporters and everyone involved in this project. Just going back around the circle, anybody else just want to add in any just final thoughts, just final reminders for the people tuned into this, and we'll close it off in a second. Evan, go ahead.
I was just going to say, when you were talking about words and things, that like we literally are the coders of our own reality. We do that by word. That's the only thing that does it. Like we can say, I hate being sick. I hate being sick. And you're going to be more sick. It's not going to stop that from happening. Or you can say, I am healthy. I'm healthy, even though you're not. And I guarantee you, if you do that enough, you will get more healthy. And just all different things like that. And I'm going to leave it at this, that everybody watching this right now, and all you guys are a part of it, we're all here for a reason, and I'm here to learn from you guys, and maybe, or yeah, you definitely, some people out there are here to learn something from what I've said, and yeah, just try to think about and meditate, sit on it, about what you learned and from this, and that goes to all the people watching this in the future. So. Truly, namaste to all of you. I see the light in all of you. You are all freaking amazing souls. So, thank you.
Awesome, man. Likewise. Thank you, man. And yes, thank you to the technology that allows us to connect like this. This is some next level stuff, man. Like this wasn't possible 5 years ago. We are at an awesome point right now. Any last comments? We got Jared, Jesse, and Kyle. Any of you guys, if you want to say, Jared, go ahead. Any closing thoughts real quick? Sorry, let me just bring your mic up, Jared. Go ahead.
Can you hear me better now?
Yeah, you're good.
I wanted to see if you get me on the physical shift with the admin there too. I'm going to add a note to that if you want to get people in this neighborhood going.
For Connecticut, is that what you're talking about?
Yeah,
I can do that. Yeah, I'll message you on Facebook. Yep.
Get me going on that. And everyone, feel free, welcome to hit me up. Love you all, and it's a pleasure meeting fellow shifters, like-minded people. I feel like I'm seeing a reflection of myself in different ways. It's just amazing. You're doing a great job here. Love it. Saving me a lot of work. And I got a couple other good ideas for you for the site too, because there's a lot of people that are just observers, watchers. Maybe we can get them like a couple quick buttons. They can just, scroll through the videos, make it nice and easy, which will get you more publicity to your site as well. And I'd like to touch bases with more ideas with you maybe later. That you saved a tremendous thing, and I just want to use you as a portal and get it out there, and I can work on some of the physical shifting, work together.
For sure.
Right? And anyone, my number's up there. Give me a call, free. I'm always around. My phone picks up. I'll hook up,
Awesome, man. I appreciate it, Jared. I appreciate you making yourself available. And just as a reminder for you and anybody else, if you guys are already signed up for the website, be sure to join the team Slack chat. Again, go to Tools Team Slack chat, and that's where we'll do like project collaboration. So Jared, the stuff that you're talking about there, that's something that if we can centralize that into the Slack chat, that'll be a great way for us to be able to brainstorm as a team through there as well. So Jared, I'll message you on Facebook as well and just make sure that you're on the Slack chat, and I'll sync you up as an admin for Paradigm Shift Connecticut as well. So
okay. Sounds wonderful. Sounds
sweet,
wonderful. Thanks. Bye-bye.
Sweet. Okay. And again, Jesse, Kyle, any last words, you guys? Kyle, go ahead. Closing thoughts.
Yeah, man, absolutely. Just everyone have a good night. Get some good rest, whatever you're doing, or if you're waking up on the other side of the world, whatever's going on, I don't know. There's a lot of people involved. Just, I guess, words of encouragement would be to, find something that you find interesting, pursue that, do your research, acquire different databases, just cross-reference what you do find, and cross-reference your sources, validate sources, make sure, try to get a good grasp of the information that you're getting, you know what I mean? Just from whatever sources they may be, whether it's books, internet, or like a direct channel, definitely stray away from the TV and just be able to generate an idea of how to just sort of think outside the box and think for yourself. Just, you know what I mean? Just be discernful. Double check your info. Take it with a grain of salt. Don't be afraid of the devil's advocate.
Mm-hmm. Awesome, man. Yeah, and totally. And that reiterates again, with the Paradigm Shift Central project, I've been saying this since the very first presentation, but everything is information. Think for yourself. So everything that we've talked about within this broadcast, think for yourself. These are just ideas to fuel further thoughts for you to keep asking questions, because your understanding of reality is the most important understanding for your experience. So sweet. Thanks, Kyle. Jesse, any words that you just wanted to say before we head out?
Just wanted to say thanks, and it was great finally getting to meet up with you guys. And I definitely hope to do it again soon, because I need more of these talks. I don't have anyone else to really talk to, so it's great to finally get to have some feedback with people.
Awesome, man. Totally. And again, that as kind of an echo of many stories of other people who are in similar situations where they're studying this stuff, they're feeling drawn to it, they're reading about it on the internet, but they don't have someone to talk to about it in real life. So if you maybe have friends who about who are interested in this stuff, either feel free to tell them about the Paradigm Shift Central community, or start a Paradigm Shift physical community where you are. And that's always something that we're encouraging you, so that you can find and connect to those other people, and to practice building the tribe and connecting and having those conversations in person, which is when the whole other aspect of the game gets really exciting. So the physical and the digital are both very exciting for their own unique reasons. But again, I really appreciate you guys being here, and to just reiterate the, just the value of this space and what it means to us as a community. So I feel each time we do this, we grow as a team. It's great to be able to get to know you guys better, and to be able to integrate and weave our stories together. And that's really what this is about. This is about the bigger story that we were all a part of. So with that said, guys, just reminding you to check out the main website website, create a profile if you want to be involved with the team and get involved on the team map, create conscious articles, create quest journals, and stay tuned for more updates. Check out stuff already on the website. Subscribe to youtube.com/skullbabylon. Look up Paradigm Shift Radio on iTunes to listen to past episodes on there, as well as in the podcast archive of the main website. And check out patreon.com/Brendan Culleton to sign up to the team Patreon to get your Shifter Booster Kit and to add your support to the ongoing evolution of the project, and also to get access to secret videos, including the video of my 5-gram psychedelic mushroom journey, which is hidden but available to the Patreon supporters. And with that said, guys, again, just reminding you to connect with shifters where you are. Go do things like free hugs. Keep having those conscious conversations, plant those seeds. That's really what it's about. It's about evolving your own spiritual journey and being able to help reflect that as a mirror for others to be able to see the light within themselves. And, you know, this bigger shift in consciousness, it's a very real thing. It's a very exciting thing. And thank you guys so much for being a part of it. So the next broadcast, I'll let you know as we get closer to the date. It will probably be in at least 2 weeks from now. If you stay tuned to the main website, you'll be able to get some information through there as we get closer to it. But in the meantime, there's lots for us to do. And your shift mission is to go out there and have a conversation with someone who maybe you either see as a stranger or a friend, and to intentionally have a shifty conversation with someone in your community. And again, planting those seeds and working towards building a paradigm shift community, and start looking around for a place that you can have a physical paradigm shift community meeting, because if you look for it, you will find it. So as you seek, you will find. So with that said, guys, we are ready to wrap this up. It's 2:20 a.m. in the morning. And thank you so much, everyone listening to this, wherever you are, whenever you are. Be sure to share it with your friends and check out other episodes from the past if you haven't yet. And definitely go check out the global story meditations as well. And stay tuned, because there's lots more shifty stuff coming your way. So fellow shifters, guys, let's all unmute ourselves and let's say goodnight to the internet as we get ready to close off this broadcast. So let's all say goodnight, guys. Make some noise. Much love. We love you guys.
Love. Good night. Sleep sweet.
All right, guys. As always, keep it shifty, and we will see you in the future. Much love.